Yo, what's going on everybody? Xanthos Vice here, and we are back with some more Bunch of Grey Raven. Hope you guys have a great start to your day. Where we last left off, we had continued with some of the, was it the exit chapter or hidden chapter? It was definitely one of the two. In which, again, to understand what Roland was going to be doing moving forward, it seems like he's just going to temporarily team up with Veronica to make sure he gets what he wants. I mean, it makes sense, because again, it's like, he doesn't really have a solid lead, so it is better for him to just like stick with them at the moment, since they at least have an organized chain of command. So he can at least obtain something out of it. And we also started a new chapter, chapter 15 as well, actually getting to see more stuff going on, like the course of everything, specifically with what's it called? With Vera, actually. It was actually pretty cool kind of seeing how she kind of like responds to the commander when he does or says different things, because it's like, I've already reiterated this enough times in the last stream, but the fact that it's like she's trying to be straightforward with him from her own experiences and such. And again, it was just great to see a different take on the whole situation. But now we still have the question, why exactly did Lamia have access to Atlantis, and what connection does she even have with him in the first place? Does she even have the coordinates to get there? So we're going to continue with that stuff, and continue with hopefully chapter 16 and see how much we can get done. So yeah, we finished the normal part, but now we get the hidden one. Orphan of Science. Let's just call her Lamia then. A huge explosion had caused the entire sea to tremble. It sends out a large circle of rapidly expanding waves with Atlantis as the center. Omniscience quickly located the source of the explosion. It came from the undersea level where the 0-point reactor is located. Oh yes, we also did learn like about what happened with this whole 0-point reactor, and the fact that they didn't want to actually launch it fully yet like they did the first one. And we're actually trying to re-engineer it, or kind of do some tests regarding like the conditions of the initial one, as to why did the punishing even happen. And they did give an interesting theory in the fact that possibly it was always meant to happen. Maybe not necessarily because of the 0-point reactor, but because of just how far humanity had advanced. I mean, it makes sense when you think about it in some ways, because again, like we had said before, there couldn't have been a way that it's like someone had tampered with the program or the reactor or the supercomputer and no one would have noticed it. Even if they tried to do it literally last minute, there would have been precautions and security and data walls and such that would have prevented them from actually doing that much damage to it, that it actually affected the world on a global scale. Not to mention that if it could have created that, like just by itself, then how come it didn't happen when they did their initial testing before they had actually launched the real thing? It's debris everywhere, but no sign of burning near the reactor. It's not surprising considering that the 0-point reactor does not rely on the primitive combustion reaction to release its energy. Let's just immediately arrives at the scene. She seems to be totally untouched by the disaster and begins asking questions. How's the situation? The disaster prevention system was activated the first moment to cut off the power supply and isolate the radioactive beams. All facilities and personnel above the reactor level remain unharmed. How many casualties? 2 deaths, 1 seriously injured, 15 lightly injured. The medical department has taken over the injuries. Get the robotics department here to investigate, then upgrade the disaster prevention equipment. Who was in charge of the experiment? It's Libya from the research department. Remove her from the position, then send her back to land in the next supply ship. Is there a problem? She's the seriously injured one. I'm afraid she won't last long. Would you like to see her, ma'am? I have no interest in fools, but she doesn't deserve to die of stupidity. Make sure the medical department does all they can. Hello? Yeah, she's here. I'll let her know. Ma'am, it's from the medical department. Libby has passed. Why bother me with such news? The admin team will handle the compensation and the funeral. Libya was pregnant. The medical team couldn't save her, but managed to keep the child alive. They want to know what they should do with it. Never had a newborn here. Why is there pregnant staff on the island? Libya was supposed to return to the island with the last supply ship. She couldn't leave her ongoing research until her due date was closed. As far as I can recall, you approved her stay. Tell me where he is. Behind the corridor of the medical department is extremely pale and bright. Seems even the shadows have faded a bit. The wall is divided by a green curtain. The bed in front of Lester's lies a small curled-up infant. The bed is barely visible behind the curtain where a lifeless figure lying on top of it. What is this? Where's Libya's child? Ma'am, this is her child. It's a girl. I'm not familiar with physiology. Is that what a normal baby should look like? No. Lower half was crushed in the incident, possibly due to the explosion. We gave her basic first aid treatment, but how can we cure her? I'm afraid we can't, ma'am. We did everything we could to save her premature newborn from death. Honestly, I think it's a miracle that she's still alive. Is it a common thing that the mother has died but the baby's still alive? It happened a lot in the old days. Back then, a woman could possibly die from excessive bleeding during obstructed labor. Modern medical science can save almost all the mothers nowadays. What's with this child then? It was pretty incredible. Libby had a contraction on the brink of death. She was almost passing out, but she seemed to be determined to have the baby born. She sort of succeeded. Well, it was us who took the baby out of her broken abdomen eventually. The sister was on the so-called maternal bond. I don't know, but I remember a story I once read. Who had her in a car accident, but her body managed to get burned. What the hell? Nah, that has to be fiction, right? I don't know. Could be science, but... When the supply ship's arriving, send her back to the land with the next shipment. I'm afraid we can't do it anytime soon. Submergence Day is just around the corner. Just keep her for now. Would you like to give her a name? Whatever. Just give her a code. Don't waste my time with such trivial matters. Names are but an identifier. So lets out a sigh after a long time, as if she'd make a compromise. Her mother's name was Libya. Let's call her Lamia then. Well, at least it was fast. Foolishness. Yeah, I'll go with this team, why not? God damn it, okay, I have to do one team. Or one person. You know what, fuck it, because it's a Lamia story, I'll go with it. There we go. I may once heard someone say, infants never keep their memories. The hippocampus and amygdala of the brain, which are essentially the long-term memory, are still not fully developed during the infant stage. The memory links to various areas of the brain are constantly changing. Over time, such links are disconnected and memories will be lost. But does the memory start to come back as she runs her fingers across the cold steel walls and goes deeper into the city? It all started from a blazing white light. I remember this place. Mia looks at the tiny room in front and squats down. Coffee cups scattered everywhere. The corner of the medical department office has been separated by simple cardboard fences. The ground is covered by foam and plastic airbags that were originally used to wrap expensive devices. Tiny crippled figures crawling inside the fence with two hands. No toys in the base, so the medical staff drew some cables, coffee cups, and writing boards for her to play. Why is she still here? We were too busy when the last supply ship arrived. Plus, we never put things that are alive on our regular asset registration. Are you going to send it back to the land through the cargo channel? Whatever. Forget it. So ugly. Can we get her to stand up? Yes, we can give her prosthetic lower limbs, but the mare crawls to a pile of messy network cables and happily wraps it around her arm like a kid playing with a ball of yarn. But what? Her body's too young to take them. Then wait until she's older. Is there a risk? Every surgery has its risks. Not to mention, she's only a kid. How certain are you? I'll do my best. Tell me your plan. I'll make a fresh incision after anesthesia to expose the cross-section of her lower limbs. Close the blood vessels, strip the nerve endings, and connect the nerve endings to the electrodes that are her prosthetic legs one by one. Finally, I'll stitch up the wound and clean the excessive tissue. Why this sudden obsession with medical science? You concerned about this child? Maybe, but mainly because this is a field I never tapped into before. It's my personal interest. The operation isn't too difficult. You'll be amazed by the Science Council's latest human modification technology. Really? You can tell me about it next time. Start your operation now. I'll observe the entire process from outside. Required action log not read. Recommendation: look for the relevant log in the terminal of the hall area. Okay. Oh, okay. This one? Let's see. Do not have permission to access log A. Alright. According to the existing log query, there are eyewitness signs, which should be confirmed. Small room. Coffee cup standing around. Good cardboard fences. Plastic airbag for equipment packaging. Go look and see. Shake this one. Here we go. Leisure area. Prioritize suspecting terminal. Oh, there's a terminal in the restaurant here. Or is it just being one of these? I can't even tell. Let's see if I can interact with any of this stuff. Oh, let's see this one. Or is this a terminal? Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. Use relay device. Use devices relay components. Oh shit. There we go. How's the child doing? Her name is Lamia, ma'am. She's doing well. Staff on the island all like her. Like her? Are you kidding me? I'm not. Everyone likes her. She's an interesting kid. You can go take a look just to kill some time. I have no time to kill. You shouldn't have any either. But I am getting a little curious since even you are making such a comment. According to medical department, Lustrous finds Lamia, this little human, has made a tottering tower using the coffee cups others gave her. Hanging on a cardboard fence, Lustrous takes away a few cups at the top. The tower wobbles a bit, then becomes balanced again. Lamia raises her head and frowns at Lustrous. Lustrous hands it back to her. Lamia gladly takes it back and smiles. Coffee cup away, negative emotion. Giving it back, positive. Extremely low emotional threshold. Emotional shifts can be triggered by tiny stimulations. Emotional logic of human infants differs significantly from that of adults. Interesting. As it does, hey Guardian, how you doing? A few months later. Oh yeah, I saw that you did another stream, I think it was yesterday, right? Saw you were doing some more Babble Tower. Man, you haven't been here for a long time. Is that so? Lamia couldn't talk the last time you were here. Now she can say some basic words. I'm Lustrous. Lamia stops playing with the coffee cups and looks at her without a clue. I am Lustrous. Lamia seems to have understood. Points to herself and others with an incoherent voice. What about him? Uncle? What's this? Cup in this place? He shakes her head blankly. Atlantis. Atlimas? Atlantis. Hearing normal. Vocal cord normal. Language development slow. What a foolish young human. We're in the medical department. It used to be a ward, but has been transformed to Lamia's personal room with the medical director's special approval. The desk is made from a pharmacy table, while the infusion chair has been modified to a working chair. Both of them are still too tall for Lamia, as her mechanical legs are unable to touch the ground when she sits on the chair. A few lines of simple equations are written on the paper. This time the day director is coming to check on Lamia. He keeps it bound trying to mimic the action of other staff. Hello. The director responds half-heartedly and looks at lustrous. She does look stupid. Good. We had the same conclusion. I heard she was learning mathematics recently. How's her progress? I don't know. Fine, I'll test it myself. Following definition is constructed. This is an operation which combines two or more numbers into a single number. Find multiplication in the same manner. Intimidated, Lemmy looks at the man in the front. Sharply twists her fingers into the hem of her dress. I don't understand. Alright, next question. There's some chicken and rabbits in a barn. You know there are 35 heads and 94 legs. How many chicken and rabbits are there? Sorry. The question's too difficult. I don't know. She lowers the IQ of the whole Atlantis. Never witnessed such a foolish creature. She doesn't realize where her lips have curled under her mask. I'm glad that we've reached the same conclusion again. Guess I'll never do bullet points. Comprehension poor. Reflex slow. I mean, come on, she's a fucking kid. What do you expect her to be, a prodigy somehow? Weakness. Lustrous always returns to her room on time after a day of work. Rooms in the base are designed like a beehive. Looking from the corner, Lustrous sees two cliffs full of shining blocks, like frost flowers on giant glass. Every block is either a lab or a research room. Many people in white lab coats walk on the corridors, looking no different from worker bees without wings. Tens of thousands of drones hum around them, taking care of everything in the base under the management of the logistics department. They flow through the corridors, vents, and electric cables to perform cleaning and maintenance, so the researchers can focus on the Zerport reactor. Blinking signals of service in the server room form a brilliant scene. Tall silver cabinets look like solemn monuments, making the people working among them look like dust. Researchers only care about their studies. No matter where Lustrous goes, she can only hear discussions about physics and mathematics. Bases overflow to her language formed by parameters, variables, and equations. But now there was a small variable. Right. A foolish young human. With a poker face, Lustrous walks up to the girl wandering in front of the door. What are you doing? Who allows you to come over here? No one. Did I make you angry? Not yet. Are you looking for me? Yes. Speak. You have a minute. Speak. What? Why did you come here? And why were you looking for me? You have 50 seconds left. The uncles at the medical department said you were the most powerful and smartest person in the base. The first description is true. The second, maybe. You have 40 seconds left. So, I want to ask you a question because I didn't want to answer me. Ask. But I'm scared. Will I make people upset? That's why everyone didn't want to tell me. It's not up to you to decide other people's reaction to your question. 28 seconds. 20. What is a mother? Ma'am? Did I make you angry? No. But I was a bit upset at the medical department people. Why? The uncles over there are all very nice. Please don't blame them. It's not up to you to decide. I was upset because they tried to cover up a trivial matter, which made me have to explain to you in person. Come in. There's so many books here. It's different from all the places I've seen. That's none of your business. Come here. This is your mother. She gave birth to you. What is give birth? To humans, it's the process in which the egg cell merges and the mother develop into a fetus, which is eventually delivered by the mother. I don't understand, ma'am. To put it simple, she made you. Like how the uncles in the robotics department make machines? Something like that. Look here, can you see? Status deceased. She's dead. When did she die? The day you were born. Did she die because of me? No. She died of her own stupidity. Is my mom a stupid person? Most times not. But one stupid mistake is all it takes to fail in Atlantis. I feel very sad. Much this isn't touched. I can't help you. I feel terrible. I'm going back to the medical department. Uncle Zero will give me medicine. No medicine can help you. My mom? Where's she now? Do you mean her body? We buried her in the sea. Is this her photo? Can I print a copy of it? No. Why? It's classified information. Please? Can I just have one photo? No. What's with that hateful look? I usually only reject every question once. Today I did it twice to you. You should thank me instead. I hate you, Lustrous. She runs out of the door, but her mechanical feet slip on the floor. Falls out but immediately gets back up, disappearing on the other side. She sees her cry across the long corridor. So outside and closes Libya's fall and shuts her eyes. Namir remembers everything. How she was born and grew up, all the time she spent in the city and the sea. Everyone looked and laughed at her as if she was... I may always think she was too foolish for Atlantis, an unneeded presence. And on, Namir became constrained and introverted, fearing that her actions would annoy anyone. The woman named Lustrous in particular. She never showed her a good face. Namir vaguely remembers that the Cold War between her and Lustrous lasted a long time until an inevitable event took place. She still remembers the day when the entire Atlantis was shaken by a screeching alarm. She said that the virus needed punishing was swept the entire world during the submergence of Atlantis. Okay. Alright, back to this again. Oh, my bad. I pressed the wrong thing. Yeah, I meant to hit confirm. Current data A, B, C, and D. Oh, okay. Interact with device. Gotta locate Rift here. Oh. Oh, I messed up. Oh my god. Ooh. There's a bit of a lag in this. Okay. And there we go. Yeah, it takes a bit. And the kid is always straight. That low numbers. I think the science went off. So arms around Atlantis. We love beef. Ah, shit. Come on. Alright, at least this one's slower. So now. Let's check the other rooms. Okay, nothing here. What about the restaurant? Nah, nothing here. Okay, yeah, I have to switch logs then. Let's see. Book says that people will die from hunger if they have nothing to eat. People will die from hunger at once. It's called a famine. Am I going to die from hunger? Okay, so I need C. Check it out. Oh, I need A for this. How's it going? Yo, what's up, Ryuya? How you been? I played the Insomniac Spider-Man game again. First game was good. Oh, okay, cool. Right, so C. Now we can get the other one. I think it was this one. Was it this one? Okay, here we go. Yeah, now we can get this one. Dang. Or no, this one. Yeah, I've also read the entire run of Ultimate Spider-Man. There's 61 chapters. Oh, okay. Damn. Okay, Rift. There we go. Now for the next Rift. And bang. Calibration unlock completed. Like Atlantis, they don't have stacks of rules on land. Over there, a warm, hungry comfort will give everything will be given to every child. Yep. It was fine, mostly rushed. Really enough, that was the longest run in the comics of the Ultimate Spider-Man universe. The Ultimate Marvel. Huh. Okay. Researchers are lined up in the corridor outside the canteen. The queue was incredibly long. I cannot see its end. The researcher seems to have remembered something. Exchanges a few words with the colleagues nearby and leaves. Leaves a gap behind, but is almost consumed by a moving queue. He moves and looks around. No one seems to have noticed her tiny existence. She mainly goes inside before the gap disappears. The tall researcher behind her finally noticed her. She was exhausted look. I was not sure whether it's because of work or her. You're girls raised by the medical department. Didn't they teach you the rules? Of course she knows the rules. Colder than seawater, but harder than ice. Maybe it shrinks into her shoulders trying to make herself look weak. Her eyes wide to give her an innocent look. Doesn't always work. In fact, it never worked. Books in the library mentioned that humans have an emotion called sympathy. It's an extremely rare sight in here. She stares at the researcher's eyes, while I reflect on his glasses and an inorganic chill up her spine. Fran looks up again without talking. It's out of sympathy. Simply lost the interest for further interaction. Great. I feels relief. Q continues to move slowly forward. Holly arrives at the white table after a long time. There's always lots of food here for everyone to take. The canteen used to be very noisy. Right now, the atmosphere feels dense and heavy. Where logistics staff sit behind a table, each of them holding a writing board in their hands. And them is another line of fully armed security guards from the admin department keeping the order. Logistics staff hasn't even looked at Lamia. While he stares at the roster in his hand. Name? Lamia. He's still not looking up. Lamia. His finger runs down the roster and finally comes to a stop. Calorie intake limited to 1,164 kcals per day. These are your rations. There's 2 biscuit bars on the table. Next. Lamia gulps down some nervous saliva and tries to gather courage. There's nothing wrong with trying. Failure can be tolerated. Excuse me? Is there a problem? Can I get another? I'm really hungry. No. I should have been strictly calculated based on age, height, weight, and daily activity level. That's all you have. And children are treated as adults without any special privileges. We only take queries from the expiry date or nutrition values. If you have other concerns, make a complaint to the admin department. Lots of people waiting behind. Leave. Amy carefully wraps the biscuits in her handkerchief and leaves the canteen. The base immediately starts to limit the food supply after the punishing outbreak. At the beginning, the basket containing rations was placed on top of the table. Cans of biscuits were stacked like mountains. Over time, the basket was moved next to the feet of the logistics staff. Amy had to switch her neck to see it. She can no longer see it now. The rations probably hidden under the table. What will happen in the future? The book says that people will die from hunger and they have nothing to eat. Making people die from hunger at once is called a famine. Will there be a famine in the base? Going to die from hunger? Amy thinks. She's never seen the outside world. The book also says the world outside Atlantis is much bigger. The sea has its end, which people call land. Compared with land, Atlantis is only a grain of dust. Many Atlantis on land with many people living inside. The rise is twisty on land because there are things called mountains over there. The plants she sees in the greenhouse grow together in large patches on land, called forest. Like Atlantis, they don't have stacks of rolls on land. Over there, warm hug and comfort will be given to every weeping child. Amy curls in bed and falls asleep. Curiosity. Lamia knows she's different from the others. She's scared of death, pain, and hunger. In fact, she fears everything. She's always full of emotions. Amongst them, she's like an alien from another world. Are all the people ruthless like them, or is she just too weak? This question often haunts her, making her question the purpose of her existence. The medical director seems to be always busy writing things recently. Books and notes on his desk stacked like a mountain.
Yeah, I've been watching the newest Spider-Man show.
Barely even Spider-Man. Damn. That off, huh? Lemmy has a deep impression on him because he has been taking care of her for a long time. Maybe feeding is a more appropriate description. To him, Lemmy is probably just a collection of many parameters. Height, weight, blood pressure, heart rate, vital capacity, basic metabolism. As long as his numbers are normal, he must spend a little more time on Lemmy. Lemmy always tried to scream and cry in front of him. Only one reaction. Diagnosed that Lamia had any mental illness. Confirmed that she was only throwing a tantrum and immediately went back to work. He's now busy working on his desk writing some sentences that Lamia cannot understand.
What are you doing, Uncle?
Working.
But your job is to treat patients, isn't it?
That was the old one. My mission's changed.
What do you mean that your mission has changed?
Soon there won't be a medical director. I need to write down the instructions for my colleagues so they know how to use the medications.
don't understand.
They're surprised and not annoyed by our arrogance or ignorance. You know we're running low on rations, don't you?
Yes.
Our food supplies won't last too long.
What should we do then?
Easy. You just need to cut down on consumption.
How are you going to do that?
You can let some people starve to death.
But who is going to die?
The orders determined by how important their roles are to our current research. Starting from the admin department, followed by logistics, and then the medical department.
Are you going to die too?
That just gave me a call. Of course. As a member of the medical department, I have no exception. Never looks back. Then he only sees his cold, distant back. So he's not doing what he's doing. Amy is overwhelmed with fear. She can't help but raise her voice.
What about me?
What?
Am I also going to starve to death?
Oh, you're quite special. Technically, you don't belong to any of the departments. The research director probably has other arrangement, but you won't stay long because you're of no use to us. Now that you've asked, I can check with the admin department and see which group they'll put you in. Tears swell out of her eyes. The director finally turns around and taking her crying. You cry? You can no longer control her voice. She sounds even harder.
I don't want to.
You can't talk like this. Get yourself together, then we can talk. Focuses on his work again. At some time, Lemmy's temper finally calms down. Her voice becomes hoarse and her eyes are all swollen. Her tears are a complete mess from tears and snot. During she stopped crying, the medical director turns back again. Can you talk properly now? Say yes or no.
Yes.
Why do you want to live?
Why would anyone not want to? You all go crazy?
There's no point in venting your emotions. You didn't get my question. Let me ask you in a different way. Is there anything you must do?
No.
Is there anything that cannot be completed without you?
No.
I cannot see any necessity for your survival, either subjectively or passively.
I don't know what you mean by necessity. I just don't want to die.
Control your temper.
There's anything I must do, but there are lots of things I want to do, but haven't done yet. I want to go to the land.
Then, what are you going to do next?
I don't know.
You don't even know what you want to do. But you still want to go to the land.
I just want to see what the land looks like what the books say. I want to see the mountains and forests with my own eyes. I want to step on sand and soil. I want to smell the grass at the rain and find out if the wind on land sounds different from the wind here on the sea.
There are sand and gravel samples in the sample room. Oh, and so too. It's nothing different.
No, it's different.
Why?
I can't tell why, but I know it's not the same.
I understand. It's curiosity. I gave up a lot of things to join Atlantis and work here. You're amazing. It just reminded me of some things I gave up.
Huh?
You want to live, don't you? Then you need to become valuable to us. This Atlantis' rule. There's no room for anything useless.
How can I become valuable?
Don't be so impatient. Let me think about it. Right. There's a way. Quite risky, though.
I'll take it.
Let me finish first. Before the outburst of the punishing virus, the Science Council was working on a technology that can transform humans into modified machines. The technology is not mature yet, but we can give you modifications based on it. Let me think. You don't have any lower limbs, so I'm going to give you some bionic ones that can help you adapt to the scene. That way, you can go out and collect information for us. As a source of information, you'll become valuable. But I must warn you that in theory, only humans with sufficient tantalum-193 affinity are qualified for such modification. We only have access to the prototype technology. Maybe it's been updated, but I don't know. Our job is never to study or modify humans. We have no idea what the civilization has become out there. Neither do we know whether the modification can protect you from the punishing virus. Still want to go out? I'll take it. How did the operation go? Amy could not remember. All she knew was that the medical department was swamped with people. Even Lester, who she had not seen for a long time, was there. She glanced at Lammy at the operating table with an apathetic face.
Did she ask for this?
She requested it. Medical Director then looks at Lamia. I'm about to operate on you. Word a reminder, the pain will be insufferable. There's no way to go back once you started. Lamia finds herself on a clean hospital bed when she wakes up. Her arms have become metal. Black shell and red joints glow under the pale white light. There's a large black plate on her head that looks like the head of a hammerhead shark made from the same metal used in her arms. You cannot see the lower half of her body as it's covered under a blanket, but based on the metal parts on her waist, they're probably also replaced by machines. Her brain gradually starts to recover from anesthesia, as if it was finally accepted the reality and realized it's not a dream.
Where am I?
She feels lost. She forgot how she ended up here. Could it be post-surgery complication? There are some minor problems, but it's a success nonetheless. Can ask for much more than for the first trial. Mia moves her limbs. She starts to walk as she's still not used to the extra parts on her body. Stop dawdling. Come here. We have to make you adapt to your body right away. You want to live, don't you? Become valuable to us. It's Lannis's rule. Start the simulation at the designated location. Start the simulation. Three tap lines repeatedly. Hey, I'm pressing it. What? I pressed it. You do it again. I don't get why it keeps doing that. Oh, okay, maybe it just wasn't supposed to work. Because I'm like, the button still works. Of course, I want to be performative in these moves. First shot. Nice one. Let's just flip the middle. Are you serious? It told me why, but I'm pressing B instead, and it's working. Quantize the atmospheric pressure. Condition. Took some time, but she's already used to this new body.
Sissy, why even tell me why? But I guess because it's like she's trying to get used to her body, right? There's a giant water tank in the medical department. Inside the tank is made from transparent tempered glass. Researchers stand outside the tank while Lamia looks at them anxiously from within. Start the pressurization. Let's begin with 100 times the atmospheric pressure. Approximately the pressure depth of around 1 kilometer in the ocean. Water pressure suddenly increases. It feels like something has grasped her heart and is crushing it. Much force is pressing her chest. Her eyes bulge out as the sharp pain hits her nerves as if millions of steel needles are piercing through her skull. Her bodies not need oxygen now. Forget about your human habits. Adapt to the environment. For a long time, Lemmy's body has finally adapted to the hypergravity effect caused by the intense water pressure. How do you feel now? Better. I'll increase the pressure now. Please wait a second. 1 week later. How's the pressurization going? 400 times the atmospheric pressure, equivalent to the pressure at the depth around 4 kilometers in the ocean. And her condition? All readings are normal and stable. Took some time, but she's already used to this new body. Good. She's going to be useful. Alright, so I'm at 6, so 75, so just these next two will be done. After the admin and logistics department had their food supply cut off, it's the medical department's turn. After finishing their last meal, all medical staff gathered at the edge to the base. It's an exit that goes directly to the outer sea. It's raining outside. The sky is dark and gloomy, just like the future that mankind's about to face. As researchers stand in the rain holding umbrellas. The front of the team is illustrious, so was Lamia, who has already walked into water. The only line of water comes from the outer buildings of Atlantis in the distance. It's like wavering fireflies. Lamia, you are proving yourself useful. We decided to send you to the outer sea. Your duty is to collect data and come back to notify us if, although quite unlikely, the punishing disaster has ended and peace is restored to the world. Will do. That's all. Do you have anything to say? To say? To whom? He's confused. Looks like you're done. What about you? James Baggett looks at the medical department. Medical director takes one step forward. There's nothing else we can do for you. You can go, Lamia. Lamia takes a good look at everyone. Behind them is a skyscraping metal gray Atlantis. Its top is almost submerged with the dark clouds in the sky. She leaps into the sea. She makes a big splash, creating ripples on the surface. Lamia disappears in the vision before the water settles down, without a moment's hesitation. This is definitely not a place that she wants to stay. Moments later. What are you laughing about? Nothing. I just thought of a story in the Bible. When the waters of the great flood finally subsided, Noah sent a dove. Later returned with an olive branch. He then knew the ground was dry enough. We just sent out our dove. I'm afraid she won't find the olive branch, and we won't survive till the flood is over. At least we gave her a purpose. I don't think such a frail and weak girl would remember her purpose. Not necessarily. Purpose is better than none. You've been taking care of that child. Not really taking care. I just kept her healthy. Why? I didn't give that duty to you or anyone else. I don't know either. I just couldn't watch her die. Is that why you prepared the operation for her? Not entirely. Can I ask why you decided to save her in the first place? Because she's a human. It's probably the same reason for me. That child isn't smart. In fact, she's quite dull. Right? She has some reaction and very emotional. I see no outstanding potential in her. And very weak. She can't even help with physical duties. It's be exhausting to take care of such an incapable little thing. Not really.
To be honest, she is so incapable that she can't even create real troubles.
She once stormed my office and shouted at me because I didn't let her take away a photo of her lover.
Did she? But isn't that a normal reaction from a child that misses her lover?
Maybe. I've been away from a normal human society for too long.
There isn't any normal human society left.
She does have something we lack.
What is it?
Weakness.
That isn't good.
But that is what defines a normal person. Atlantis is a fortress, and we are prepared to die here fighting. But she was only involved in this war by accident. She cannot choose where she was born and grew up.
I once felt that she reminded me of something. Something that I gave up long ago before entering Atlantis.
It's strange, isn't it? She was foolish, gutless, hesitant, even stubborn. We can never give up on her completely and just watch her die.
Most people are like that.
This is why the world outside Atlantis has gone to destruction.
We're working here to save the future of those people.
The surgery and this gather information purpose. They were just her excuses, weren't they?
I know I can't hide it from you.
The only purpose of that surgery was to make sure she could survive in a world wrecked by the punishing virus. There was no other way to save her. She must go out there and survive on her own. It's up to her how she can survive.
Sounds like you never expected her to come back and tell us the water's gone.
Of course. Even if the punishing disaster ends one day, we won't live to see it.
Maybe you still can. We don't have much time left. Stares back for a calm and prepared look.
I'm going back to work. Is there anything else you want to say?
The medical director gazed at the gloomy sky outside the corridor. There used to be a little moonlight shining through the far horizon, giving the sky a barely visible silver lining. Ma'am, I'm sorry, but I have to see this. Honestly, I'm tired of this feel. But I still wish I could live to see it one more time. When I watched that kid struggle in the water, I was thinking to myself, it was a good thing to be alive. To be alive means I can feel sorrow, pain, and anger. And get my best for tomorrow. Rationally, I'm already prepared. I know this is the best solution, there's no other choice. But just like that kid, I don't want to die. We aren't devoid of weakness. We were just forced to send it away. Lucius has not talked. Stands on the shore, remains silent for a long time. She lets out a slight sigh that melts in the wind of the Atlantic. Another journey. She isn't to see it, but her body keeps sinking. Maybe thinks she's crying, but she cannot tell whether the tears come from the pain that the red-haired construct left or from her in her heart. Why did I forget it all? Since when did I abandon everything in the past? Why did I end up like this, living in a world like a mindless zombie? I cannot remember. Lemmy wandered a long time after arriving at the real land. The humanoid hybrid construct tech made her mind constantly unstable. Finding the device, she was soon infected by the punchy virus and forgotten how she became Lammy the Ascendant. Right, because to be fair, it was like, it would corrupt one's mind, and like they said, her comprehension and stuff wasn't the strongest, so it probably did affect her much more in that state, so that would explain why she had forgotten her mission. Plus again, because her body wasn't completely acclimated to the environment that she was going to be setting out for, it's not like they could guarantee how far she would be able to travel to find human civilization and then contact them. She only remembered this vague wish that she had not completed. But everything starts to come back when she steps on this island. Your duty is to collect data and come back to notify us if, though quite unlikely, the punching disaster has ended and peace is restored to the world. It's a request, but also a curse. She finally arrives at the deepest section of the city and connects to Atlantis' central control system. It identified her biological ID and automatically played a video. Although I never held any hope, I still wanted to give it a try even if there was a 1 in a million chance. That's why I decided to record this message. Only you can see this video, Lamia. When you see it, you must have finished your long journey. Ah, I see. So there was another message. But again, only worked for her ID. You're back. Very good. You completed your mission. You are a useful child. Welcome home. Now you are free. Lemmy's lost all hope once again. She's not supposed to have any feelings for this city. The people were ruthless and distant. She rarely received any real warmth. As her memories came back, her heart begins to shatter. It really collapses after hearing the last word from Lustrous. At this moment, she no longer has a place to go back to. Lemmy activates the submerge process. Just let everything sink to the bottom. As long as Atlantis remains unknown to the world, it will be our eternal dream. She can tell us that all those people are still living in the city, continuing their unfinished research. The sea is so quiet that it drives people crazy. So deadly and full of sorrow. Ah, she wanted to forget it all. When she's knocked into the water and is completely submerged in the sea, she's struck by some pain that she cannot describe. It's heavier than the water pressure of the deep sea crushing her chest. Something is really going to disappear. She knows she must stop, so the really important things will not vanish. Atlantis is the evidence that they once existed and fought here. It's their grave. So she swims back to the city and terminates the submerge. Atlantis lived and so did they. Tears pour out of her eyes into salty seawater. The city rises, Lamia turns back and swims away. The river of time, all her sorrow and regret will eventually pass, along with the never-ending tears. Flowing to the other side of the sea. In the end, it all turns into tranquility. Damn. Yeah, I guess it was enough for her because it's like, in the end, her life did have meaning to them, at least. Or at least to Lustrous. It is kind of sad that it ended up that way. Anyway, now that we've gotten all that done, now we can start with this new one, which already looks like there's a whole new problem going on. I don't know what it would be. But then after we get done with that chapter, we got this one, and I am looking forward to this chapter, chapter 17, because according to Guardian, it is supposedly peak, and I did see it has something to do with Liv Imperia, so definitely hyped for it. Let me just see Fate. Oh, okay, so this is gonna involve Nanami back. I had been wondering, because it's like, she's been gone ever since like the whole Ascendance thing. Alright, here we go. Evernight Beat. World Government Conference. The mark of the world government which bears the hope of humanity appears at the top of the room with dignity. Our conference is about to start. Ah, great. Here we go again. What are they going to talk about this time? The huge conference hall is only filled by a few people. Others are participating as holograms projected on their seats. Some of the judicial court, executive, control, and the military army make this spacious hall appear to be even more solemn. The pillars supporting the domes of the hall are all a record of history in the form of numerous name engravings. They were the ones who helped make the world government possible. History can be tasted in this solemn air. The mark of the world government, which bears the hope of humanity, appears at the top of the room with dignity. Another conference is about to start. Topic of discussion appears as blue data flow in front of the seats. From Operation Acadia long ago to the recent battle commands against the Ascendants, all included in the discussion topics. The councilmen all understand that the topics that appear in the World Government Summit all bearing grave importance to Babylonia or humanity. Each topic had been a crucial point in the history of humanity, a pivotal decision that shapes the future of Babylonia. All that sways the boat that is the history of humanity. In comparison to that, topics brought up in the World Government Conference affect the world on a far lesser scale, which is why most participate in the form of a hologram. of a veil of ink had been deposited in the work on the conference hall, blurring the lines of things. Dim space allows one to imagine themselves on an isolated island among the vast universe of darkness. But at that, bits of light begin to illuminate the place like stars. Star runs at full efficiency to extract important data from this flow and summarize them into a simple display to project in the conference hall, allowing the councilmen to hear the voices of the people. First on the agenda. Recently, Actelic proposed amendments to a treaty signed in the past, demanding us to provide more helium-3. I would like to know your thoughts on the matter. 92% of people think that the stability of humanity, we should agree to our allies' demands if we have enough resources to spare or disperse. However, 7% think that the treaty is sacred. Agreeing to the amendments would diminish Babylonia's authority. If it happens once there, be a second time. They would just demand resources from us indefinitely and we lose upper hand. But don't forget, it's thanks to Actelic that we were able to resume our ground logistics and trades within the conservation area. Those blood-sucking merchants are requesting to change the treaty now precisely because they know that. We'll just be walking into a trap. To summarize, the Control Court is not in favor of agreeing to Actelic's request. Actelic is an ally that can be negotiated with as long as the concept is realistic. There'll be enough a chance for discussion. Calm voice emits from behind. Speaker is a gray-haired woman, one of you who were actually present in the conference hall. Thomas mercilessly decorated her short hair with streaks of white and edged wrinkles on her face, but her sharp eyes remained determined. Those brave eyes have witnessed countless storms in the history of humanity, is exactly all that she's endured that allowed her to stay vigilant. It'd be exhausting to stay on edge all the time, but she still does it because she understands the duty of the Control Court. She understands the responsibility one has to bear as the person in charge of said court. She is the one who reins in those who stray and ensures that the conference does not endanger humanity. To sustain a friendly relationship while still being able to maintain authority. Voting regarding Congresswoman Hilda's proposal begins now. As I press the green button in front of him, the screen between the pillars shows a huge gauge panel. 97% are in favor of Ombudswoman Hilda's proposal, 0.8 opposing, 2.1 abstain. Supporting rate is higher than the minimum requirements. It is passed. Good. The Judicial Court will draft the new amendments and pass it on to the Control Court for filing. I'll sign it after the Diplomatic Court clears it. Moving on to the second topic, Nicholas' proposal to expand the army. That is the last of the topics for discussion today. Any questions? The conference didn't go on for long. This old machine operates at maximum capacity to lead humanity, going through discussions efficiently, and solving problems in a way most appealing to the public. I'll grant if a congressman lights up at Hassan's question. Mr. President, this isn't a question regarding any of the topics discussed, but a personal question. About the return ceremony of Xanthos from Atlantis, was it necessary for it to be so lavish? This shows a crowd cheering with joyous expressions. You can feel the atmosphere of the event just by watching. This one ceremony exhausted resources that could have sustained a small living area in Babylonia for 3 days. I don't see how it's logical to use up all those resources just to celebrate a soldier completing their mission reuniting with their team. They fought off the Ascendant Lamia and brought the hope of Atlantis back to Babylonia. It can be said that it was a historic moment in the advancement of science. Right, yeah, because it's true, it's like, even though it's like the people weren't saved there, it still brought a good number of results about the zero-point reactor. And hell, we actually brought an intact one back. Where we actually use it, I would hope not anytime soon. A lot of citizens volunteered to participate in the ceremony, which naturally leads to more resources being exhausted. Adding in all that Xanthos has achieved on land, of course people want to celebrate the return of a hero. crowd dims, finally leaving only the Grey Raven visible. But it's been a while since we paraded a whole team of constructs in front of the public for them to worship. Wouldn't a whole team be harder to control compared to undying Loy? Huh? Yes, we know. But people are mentally strained for the constant war. They need someone to rely on spiritually. They need hope. Hope is not something we can just make. It's something that exists because people wish for it. We're merely listening to the wants of the people. Even if it's something as trivial as hope. Hope has never been something trivial. Have you never read mythology, Congressman Furry? What does mythology have to do with this? Aren't you curious as to why heroes are written in similar ways no matter the origin of the myths? Someone always loses their peaceful life and has to go through numerous trials before returning triumphantly, bathed in glory and praise. Under the guise of a hero is just a normal human, but people regard him as a champion equal to the gods nonetheless. It is because heroes inspire hope in people, and when there's enough hope, you can lead the people. When you destroy hope, you become the enemy of the people. Ah, I see. So this was another big reason, because again, it's like, now if Kurano tries to do something again, they'll be the villain because they're stopping the hero from saving other lives. Yeah, I think I kind of went over that last time too. Which is why hope is never trivial. It can be one of the most powerful weapons if used correctly. I'll leave the rest of the explanation to Commander Nicola. I'm sure everyone here has noticed the frequent interferences Kurano has been making recently. It was necessary to expose Xanthos to the public in order to end these unsavory exchanges with them. It is to protect Grey Raven as much as to serve as a warning to Kurano. The public's attention is the best surveillance. Even Kurano cannot do as they please under constant public attention. At least for now. Which is why we have prepared a special mission for the newly recruited reunited Grey Raven. It was a prolonging the temporary protection. The councilman reacts by standing silent, hasn't plastered on his usual smile. Ah, I see. Yeah, keep me hopping around. It's a good move. Soon only Hassan, Nicola, and Hilda are left. Kurano has eyes everywhere. There was no need to announce our objectives out loud for the whole world to see. It's fine. I'm certain Kurano already knows all this, so it wouldn't have made a difference. But the question still remains, did Kurano at least get something out of it? Because, to me, it didn't look like there was any real connection to what the true goal was. Because I couldn't even figure out what it was. So it's like, what did he hope to do? But we'll just have to see. And there's nothing they can do about it at the moment. It's been a while since the three of us had a chat. Private interactions can lead to an unfair judgment. As the leader of the Control Corps, I had to refrain from private meetings with you to remain fair. But there are exceptions, such as when discussing something as unique as what we're going to do now. Shall we get on with it then? So, what the Control Corps and the Science Council found out about the Omega File. Depending on the significance, we have to prepare for a large-scale world government conference. The Omega File. Right, there was something about that, but I don't remember what it was. I don't even remember when we talked about it. I know it was in like one of these recent chapters, but I don't remember who had it. Was it like that file that Nicola had? That he got from the Kurano guy, or was it something different? The conclusion is already on your terminals. I just sent it through the encrypted channel a second ago. Don't let me read it. Science is a torch that lights humanity's future. The wind that fans the flames is a symbol of war. No. No. Hell no. There was a thick stack of files in the air before lying back at the black walnut table in the study. As the legs stretched like a snow angel. The stuff we made with Luna's data is nothing but an empty shell. Wait, what? That thing won't help us evolve. Not even for a bit.
Is that so? Well, the data entries from the reports I've seen have suggested that it's better than any frame in existence.
Useless. Sluggish tone. Collins comes up from the desk, losing his tongue. I never wanted another powerful construct. What I want is to get humanity to evolve closer to the Ascendants. Don't you get it? If a construct is an improvement of humans' flesh and bones, then an Ascendant is an extraordinary leap of progress. That possibility of evolution, the chance to free humanity from its limitations of the last few hundreds of millennia, is hidden inside that agent. It is how we give humanity more leverage on this planet. No, in this universe.
It's clearly not something we can decipher for now.
Perhaps. But as long as we have Luna with us, we'll figure out a way to unlock this treasure trove.
See, I've been meaning to ask you, are you not avoiding saying that name anymore?
That's not necessary with you. After all, we're tentative partners during this exciting journey of opening a treasure trove. What? You don't seem excited at all.
Because this is not the time. Based on our eyes and ears in the Parliament, our situation is quite dire currently. We won't be able to touch the Commandant for a while.
That's fine. Don't you think this whole ordeal is one of the gifts of the trove as well? That feeling when you have the treasure just in your hands, but not a single thing you do a budget. The anxiety and thrill when you can't even find a keyhole. As if ants and insects are crawling and gnawing all over your body or being engulfed by fire. Colin cries a dramatic tear, gliding along his wrinkles and two hands covering his chest like a wet mark on his dark-colored suit. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience, I'm telling you. Because you will know that the wait is worth it. You'll know that once you open that chest, you will gain riches that can topple the world.
But we lost the only one who can unlock that chest, and this key is being protected by the Parliament right now. And you don't look distressed at all.
How can you say that about me? I'm one of those shepherds that care about their herd, after all.
One of those that carry a butcher knife, I suppose.
Regardless, charging into a herd of sheep to snatch one is just going to cause us trouble. One day, our Diazantos will find a way back into our sect. One day.
How about waiting for that day with a little class?
Of course. Colin takes his time to jump off the table to get bow in a way he thinks elegant before heading to a compartment to the side. A few moments later, he steps out with a new suit that looks identical to his old one.
Do you only have one stylist suit?
Clothes are just cages of morality that humanity locks themselves in. All it does is distinguish us from those in the zoo, making us look more civilized. Would you care about what your cage looks like?
I can't agree with that.
That's alright. I was just expressing my opinion, not looking for approval. Everyone expresses themselves with their eyes, their actions, and their posture as long as they live. I simply choose to express myself with words. How about you? What do you think?
What do I think about what?
This floating treasure the Parliament is hiding.
I'm still not sure what it is. But thanks to what you did, the Parliament will retrieve quite a number of things.
Ooh, lots. How dare you, Nikki? Now I'm even more eager to see what you will reap. All the anticipation. Leave it up to you, our dear socialite. The time we collect the fruit of their labor. Everything is at your disposal. Nothing is off the table. I'll wait for your good news. Takes a look at the terminal Collins left on his desk. The monitor keeps flickering as it refreshes different confidential journals the Science Council submitted to the Parliament.
Seriously? He's still the same after all these years.
What does the Parliament have? What, that Omega file thing? Has Nicola been silent like this for the last 10 minutes as they read through the content of the terminal? They read it over and over, make sure they not skip a single footnote nor misinterpreted the meaning of a single line. Or no, maybe the Omega file is the thing on the drive that Vera got from Lustrious's corpse.
Due to the clearance level required, we monitored the entire process of researching the Omega file. During the process, the Science Council followed the experiment approaches recorded in the Omega file. Combined the research data Lustrous and the rest left behind, and make attempts non-stop day and night.
Oh, so it was that file.
Eventually, they reproduced the phenomenon the Atlantis researchers observed.
That means the punishing virus can indeed be absorbed. Ah, I see. That's what you wanted to see. The fact that it's like it can be taken into something or contained, but how to create something that can actually contain it through one's own control is probably what he's looking forward to. Because again, then you could choose to evolve it to Ascendant. Everyone in the room understands what that represents. The punishing virus, the bane of humanity's exile from Earth, is now something that can be eliminated. Ah, I see. This long drawn out war has finally seen a hopeful glimpse of victory. Humans finally have a chance to reclaim it. Right, because it's like, either there's like a way to close it out, or because it can be absorbed, it can be taken out potentially. And the prices paid in the past have not been in vain. All the sacrifices can finally see redemptions.
Atlantis has passed us a torch of hope, and its light, and its flame will light the fire that burns away the punching virus on our planet.
But it also expenses a hint being moved, because I slowly remembering all the little things from the past. For Nicola, it's probably like, finally, people who actually did their job and got results. So a deep breath, he breaks the shock and silence in the parlor room with his resounding voice. We know the how, and we can see the finish line. We don't have any reason to waste time here, then. Exactly. The Omega File is humanity's treasure. Move the Science Council's resource distribution to the highest level and prioritize all their needs. The moment we develop the devices that can absorb the punishing virus, humanity will have their strongest weapons to end this war. After Hassan issues command, Nicola's expression returns to his usual coldness.
Mr. President, don't forget that making a move this big will draw the bloodthirsty sharks lurking underneath.
Colonel wants our research, but we also want their data. As long as we put on the proper defenses and take the right steps, we can use this opportunity to figure out what Colonel has discovered behind our backs. So for our upcoming operation, we just have to play along. That's about it. Details have been sent to your terminal. I'm sorry to get you involved in our conflict with extra requests.
That's fine. I just had to make some adjustments to the encryption protocol, and you'll have what you need. The coordinates of the Omega file will now change every millisecond, and the data recorded inside is encrypted every minute. With all the encryptions overlapping each other, Colonel would have to decrypt tens of thousands of times after just a day if they wanted anything from it. If they do decrypt it, the virus I planted inside will trigger, and the data from the Colonel network will be sent to a set of data chips on my end.
Ah, nice. Putting those defenses right away. Azuma speaks fast, but he goes even faster. He sees the code and commands appears on the monitors soon before he eventually presses the enter key.
You got what you need.
He's not stop typing even when he speaks. It's even enough he can interrupt his research on the Omega file now.
But in order to progress on the actual application of the Omega file, we need more punishing virus samples to study.
I know. Knowing the enemy is the only way to make sure we don't miss anything.
Apart from no corrupted ascendants, we also need data from the hetero creatures and the heterohype mother. Given the polyphage is beyond salvaging, the heterohype mother remains we got for the sewage are far from enough.
Those remains have all been transferred to the Science Council. I'm afraid we can't give you more.
If we don't have it, we'll just have to find it. This is a terminal Asimov sent to the control core. Allow me to explain the rest. It records the abnormal data captured by the Inver device from the Glory frame. During the investigation, the Science Council determined that this abnormal punishing virus overload stemmed from the fight between Crow and the Hive Mother. During the fight, the Hive Mother maintained a faint connection with an entity beyond the sewage system, That connection was the reason Chrome's info device overloaded when it shouldn't have. Oh, I see. So there's something even bigger, even stronger than that. A similar connection has existed before between the Polyphage and the Pterygata Queen. Damaging one affects the other, and the wounded side will send out an alert to the surviving side in a way to accumulate experience, like a defensive mechanism a tribe develops to make sure of its survival. To know to do that means the hetero creatures have evolved to a fairly high level of intelligence. The abnormal behavior of Chrome's info device gave us the idea, but the data to support that idea. There may be more than one heterohyte mother, or friendly put, having multiple bodies is a shared characteristic of all hetero creatures. The punishing virus emulates Earth's ecosystem to establish its own tree of life. Every branch, every leaf on that tree represents the same hetero creature species at different levels of evolution. The task force has indeed mentioned in their record that Vonnegut said a heterohyte mother was just a test subject. Then we can deduce that there is a completed or more evolved heterohyte mother out there, and hidden somewhere on the surface. I see. We'll send our forces to search for data on that advanced subject. So his hand and the image of Babylonia hangar appears in the middle of the parliament. As a number of task forces have already gathered before the hangar, all prepared to march for Earth before the conversation in the parliament even started, ready to send their blades across the enemy's throats. Right now, all they're waiting for is an order to turn the safety off. The order's in the hands of the parliament, locked and loaded. Asimov understands that this is the parliament showing how much they value the Omega file. Keeps the gaze away from the projection and notices a pink-haired construct in the scene. Stands on the stage observing the constructs gathered before the hangar, compared with the names on the list in her hand. The icon on the control cord on her body establishes her identity and role she has there. Seeing the hangar is recorded and projected into Parliament Hall, this smiling pink-haired construct looks directly at the camera. Asimov feels she's not looking at the camera. Instead, her gaze crosses the countless cables and reaches the Parliament, maybe somewhere even further. The thought bemuses Asimov. By the time he tries to confirm his feelings, the pink-haired construct has already finished her inspection and left the hangar. If you're done with what you have to say, I'll go back to work. He's about to hang up and Hilda's voice. But wait, Ishmael is here? But she's an Ascendant, right? Does no one know about that? Or how is she even hiding it? Because, we can easily, kind of at least detect Luna and the others. How's Ishmael doing it? Before you go, there's a question I hope you can answer honestly. As a leading researcher on Babylonia, your stance is far more important than every other research personnel. Science is a torch that lights the way to humanity's future, not a wind that fans the flame of some civil war. That's where I stand. Seriously, what is with her? Oh cool, finally Team Grey Raven's back in action. The artificial sun's set for now. Apart from some soldiers on patrol in the lively crowded markets, most people falling asleep. Here, you're sitting in front of a desk inside a Grey Raven break room going over the recent mission logs. Logs have been arranged from left and right chronologically by Liv. Reader flips over a page and other memories are reworking in your mind. Seeing a transport craft returning from Atlantis, you receive President Hanson's encrypted transmission all of a sudden. First of all, congratulations on completing this confidential special ops. Grey Raven can finally take a rest in the coming days. Confidential special ops. That's right. You must be able to tell from reuniting with your team that Colonel's control over Grey Raven has been dismantled by us. You're proving yourself with your actions. And it's only fair that we reward you with more than just empty words and congratulations. When you're back on Babylonia, we'll hold the grandest welcome ceremony for you. It's not just to congratulate me, I suppose. You're smart. Now's a pretty good time to do this. After this ceremony, Grey Raven will no longer be an ordinary squad under the task force, but war heroes that make the impossible possible. The people will follow you. They'll look up to you. You've brought them a spark of hope for victory and overcome desperate situations time and time again. They'll see every move the Grey Ravens make.
Because of that, Kurano can no longer take Grey Raven away from the people. Why this? Because people are looking for heroes, for hopes that will bring the war to an end, and the Grey Ravens are the perfect candidates. To carry out this plan, Grey Raven's main mission in the coming days will be to boost morale in each fighting region to establish people's hope for victory. That's what the people want, and that's how we protect you. Of course. That seemed fair to the service members for a long time since the welcoming ceremony. Apart from returning to Babylonia to hand in your mission logs, you and the Grey Ravens spend most of your time going from safe zone to safe zone among different areas on the surface, far away from the front line. It might be more free carrying out the Parliament's mission and being forbidden to contact some people than being locked in Kurano's cell. Sovereign protection has nonetheless grown weird on you. Babylonia night is still far from over. So I hope as the recorded scenes play out. Grey Raven mission log number 5568. It's Grey Raven. We're here to assist you. I have visioned the Conservative Area Defense Force. Reinforcement has arrived. Look, it's Grey Raven. We finally come back. Commander, we've arrived at the Defense Force's location. Your orders? You know. Oh, right. They're not the enemies. Got them. Oh, shit. Crap. Doing such a shit job right now. Oh my god, I'm just screwing. Oh my god! Nope. Alright, do this. Oh shit. What? Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm getting it. There we go. There we go. There we go. Getting a bit rusty with using the Grey Raven team. Moon is hanging high above the city by the time your work to support the conservation area is over. Defensive artillery runs silently into the city outskirts, but their appearance inside the conservation area not over. People set up tents at the foot of the CPF, seen dining on a sporadic campfire in the moonlight. You hear a conversation of two soldiers from a nearby tent. Kept their voices low to avoid disturbing others' rest, but you still managed to hear them. Why aren't you sleeping? Can't sleep. Something on your mind? It just feels unreal. Before you lot saved me and took me here, my friend and I were just wandering about. There was no tent, not to mention a bed, just in case some corrupted showed up during our sleep and took us out. With the rest back to back, guns in our hands and in a hole somewhere. Now there's a tent and food and Babylonia to keep us safe. We ain't relying on our junk equipment to protect ourselves anymore. Still a gun in my hand, but my friend couldn't last long enough to get help from Babylonia. I'm sorry. There's nothing to apologize for. Old John and I both knew we'd die any moment. No despairing without dreaming. So we scavengers see it. But seeing the conservation area being rebuilt, hearing the news of everything getting taken back, seeing supplies from Babylonia, when I knew that the days of living in fear were over. Safety and stability are back, and it just feels so unreal. I understand. I used to be a soldier fighting on the front line as well. Barely got rescued from underneath the Grim Reaper's scythe, and now I'm stationed way back here in the conservation area. Cries of my company when they died still echo in my ears. Still feel their broken limbs on my fingertips. Enemies with overwhelming power easily took down my squad. Despair shattered my will to fight. Last thing I saw before I blacked out was a Raven-winged Ascendant. But you still survived. Yeah, I found out afterward that squad managed to defeat the Ascendant and held the defensive line. Who were they? Grey Raven. That's what the report said. Oh, the winged one. Wait, would that have been Gabriel or Voodoo? Aren't they the ones here earlier today? That's right. They're still fighting on multiple battlefields even to this day. It's because of soldiers like them that I don't think humans are hopeless in this war. I see. We were both crushed by despair. That's why the safety we're feeling now is so unreal, I guess. Enough with the cheesy stuff. We're alive after all. As long as we live, we have to carry on our companions' hopes and dreams and bring them to fruition. You're right. Don't you have some cards with you? Can't sleep, how about a game? Sure. Damn it. Can't even hold my cards steady now. I'm going to bed. Play next time. Right. Next time. Both of us. Hear quiet sobbing from the tenants whipping your doors a silent night. Stand up and walk far away. You hear a lullaby on and off on your way. Far in the sound, you see Liv sitting in a crowd next to a woman humming along with her. The woman's teaching her how to sing a song. Between the two lies a familiar kid-like boy. The corner of his mouth still dotted with crumbs of rations. He was covered in a blanket in case he catches a cold during the night. The woman teaches Liv as she watches carefully at the sleeping boy, gently rubbing away the crumbs up by his mouth. This is some soup that we made. I hope you don't mind. Found yellow tinted broth inside. There was a pot with barely enough soup cooked, but still fills your cup to the brim. Did you plant this? Yes. We planted them on the experimental farm inside the conservation area. Acted like brought us excellent seeds for corn from the other conservation areas. Turning the impossible dream of growing crops possible. Initial bitterness turns to sweetness as the corn mixture passes your throat. Its fragrance filling your mouth. As woman has said, is something impossible to dream of in the past. The harsh environment at the surface. It's something I want to say to you ever since leaving the no man's land. Please. Thank you. You didn't mind how hostile we were when we first met. Saving my grandson nonetheless and bringing us here to this conservation area. Oh! I see. She's that woman from when I was working together with Wanshi. Even though we agreed to relocate here, we still didn't approve of everything Babylonia did when we first arrived. After living here, we start to realize something we didn't want to accept. Even though the world government had abandoned us once, doesn't mean that everyone has given up, those of us remaining on the surface. The conservation areas built one after another are the best evidence. Old habits die hard, but we scavengers have left the no man's land behind. And this time we start anew. After that, the woman's words come out non-stop like a broken dam. My apologies. Someone my age should be able to remain calm despite the changes. Turns out I'm still as sentimental as ever. I saw the tears from the corner of her eyes, turned to her grandson's side sitting down across his cheek. Still, a gentle smile hung at the corner of her mouth, could not hide the sorrow underneath. They finally have food on their plates and a roof above their heads, but the only family they have left is each other. All of her relatives, like many other families on the surface, have been lost during the war with the punishing virus. The woman is no longer the defensive mother she once was. Your head on Liv's shoulders while drifting off to sleep. See the woman child by her side, Liv looks at you and nods, indicating you can leave this area to her. It's midnight by the time you confirm all the recent mission logs. Grey Raven's main mission in the coming days will be to boost morale in each fighting region to establish people's hope for victory. Just like what the President said, clearing corrupted, scouting, transferring supplies. Simple, cumbersome, and focused work has become the major theme of your recent days. Conservation areas are being built one after another behind the front lines. On top of acting like people are trading with each other. ARU is suddenly being rebuilt. Lost bases in some areas are recovered by the Forsaken. With each of your recent missions, you can see the surface is on track to being reclaimed. You've also fulfilled your objectives perfectly. Encouraging the men and women on the ground as the Parliament's hopes. Yeah, I found out afterward that squad managed to defeat the Ascendant and held the defense line. Who were they? Grey Raven. That's what the report said. Aren't they the ones here earlier? That's right. They're still fighting on multiple battlefields, even to this day. Because of soldiers like them, I don't think humans are hopeless in this war. It's great to have Grey Raven here. There's hope that Grey Raven's with us. Don't give up. Grey Raven's coming. Right. But now all that pressure, right? Because again, it's going to be times where it's like, we wouldn't be able to save everybody. It's like, how come Grey Raven is here, right? Similar phrases have been appearing around you. But attention has also become another form of scrutiny, protecting as well as pressuring you. The mission logs before you are both approvals and bounds, sort of Grey Raven. Commandant, you're still awake? Just signing off the recent logs. Thanks. Take the cup from her and its warm cast away the coldness at your fingertips after having swept through the mission logs. Commandant, the pressure must have been building up inside you. What are you thinking? Talk to us about it. Just duties for soldiers. There's so much more to do. So many problems we can solve instead of staying in the bag, staying safe and secured. You're right. The situation isn't officially steady yet. We can't let our guard down on those who took the commandant away in the first place. Yeah, true, because again, it's like, as much as we want to be on the front line solving the real problems, at the same time, it's like, those real problems were what got us in that situation with Colonel in the first place, so not like we can get them more ammo to use. Colonel. Name has been appearing around you more often lately. You do anything out of the ordinary during this time, even the president can't protect you. Yeah, that's what I was figured would be the main point this time, right? Stay out of trouble. Zas and the others have realized the danger you can encounter since back then. Greta's behavior is also quite suspicious when you're connecting to Cerberus. Why would they withhold the coordinates of Luna's home from Cerberus in the first place? Why'd they get them the wrong coordinates and task you to locate them? Right. Because there's really no reason to go about it such a long about way if it's like, that was the main point, but it's like, no, clearly there was something else in the area, but they just didn't want to get to the main, they didn't want to get distracted by something else, if I had to guess. Or probably that they had to use Cerberus, but they didn't want them actually involved with it. They just needed a reason to get the commandant involved. That arrangement was not a mistake. It was a deliberate test. Ignoring your underlying threat Colonel is presenting, and beneath the calm surface of Babylonia, you've been discovering dead zones along the railway. You've heard of stagnant corrupta in multiple areas. All of them point to the fact that something is changing on the surface. A threat is lingering around you. The thoughts waiting to be connected. It's not over yet. Clearly, the Parliament wants to keep Grey Raven safely in the back and shape them into idols of hope. Sand down the sharp edges and Grey Raven will become a tool to comfort the masses. It's not boded well to everyone on the team. Thought of bringing a stalemate is on the edge of all your minds. That's when your terminal rings. Chrome. Let's hear him out, Commandant. Sure. Sorry to disturb you at this hour. It's fine. You know what kind of busy work I'm doing. I was not responding to that directly. You just like smiling, you both understand each other perfectly. Recently, the task force has been searching for clues on the heterohive mother on the surface. Do you remember Vonnegut mentioning the hive mother in the sewers was just a test subject? Yeah. Right.
After that, Asimov and I confirmed one thing as we exchanged data, which is that among the heterohive mothers exists an advanced being hidden somewhere on Earth, waiting to hatch. The several hive mothers the task force found so far are not as developed as the one underneath City 75. Some of them haven't even developed a functional heart. This discovery also confirmed the idea that the same hetero creature would multiply into multiple beings. Based on the polyphage and the heterohive mother in the sewers, ascendants can have a pivotal role in helping the hetero creatures grow. Right, because it's the same when they just turn regular constructs into ascendants as well. Like, only some can, but as long as ascendants are there to actually do the whole process, it increases the chances of them being real ascendants. That undiscovered advanced subject has fun in aiding its growth, so its level of completion must be second to none, which makes locating it a time-sensitive task. There are 3 reasons I'm looking for you now. I think I know where this is going. First, the specialized frame. Indeed, we defeated a heterohive mother with my glory frame, which means Lucia, with her specialized frame, is also capable of defeating the same enemy type. Second, the punishing virus overloading. That's right, since the heterohive mother will overload invert devices with the punishing virus, we require a commandant on the scene to stabilize the constructs to prevent infection. Right, that is true. Because without our connection, we wouldn't have been able to survive that. And the one who has multiple experiences fighting ascendants and powerful hetero creatures, as well as having connected to corrupted by Huazhu without being infected, is the perfect candidate. So, you know about what happened in City 75? Oh, they actually finally told him it. Damn. Yes, I do. I took advantage of my father's position to gather some information. I see. Right. Because he didn't know about the stuff what really went down at Fake Ascension. Only those of the Grey Raven and the higher-ups of the world government did. So that's how he was able to use Smith's connections. Croman says directly. You can tell he has no intention to use that information against you by how sincere his gaze is. Third, Grey Raven on the front line is the best encouragement for the army, right? Exactly. The front line is dangerous, sure, but removing threats on the fiercest battlefield will score Grey Raven another major achievement, further stoking the flame of hope. This also matches what the Parliament wants for your team. Ah, I see. Yeah, creating the perfect area where Colonel can't get involved and I'm still not breaking the rules. There's a fourth reason, isn't there? I knew I can't hide anything from you. Is your frame really alright? It is. Thanks to that experience, we managed to record the abnormal data and confirm our hypothesis on the evolution of the hive mother. But the Science Council can't rule out that the overload will do further damage to the glory frame, which is why Strikehawk has to stay on Babylonia to help with the research on the heterohive mother instead of fighting on the field. What about Kamu? A Kamu who works alone away from Strikehawk is deemed too dangerous by others. Fair. Very fair. And given his uniqueness, he'll be staying with us and assisting the Science Council on their research for now. Right, because again, he's the only other one who can't, really get as harmed by the punching virus as the rest. I see. In conclusion, I feel like Grey Raven is our best option when it comes to missions that concern the advanced subject. Crumb sets his voice when he says Grey Raven's our best option. Thanks. No worries. I'll wait for you at Asimov's lab. Of course. It's way messier compared to the last time you were here. Different folders and machines are scattered into space, making it difficult for you to find a place to stand. Asimov's forgetting a report in his hands, quickly tapping on the keyboard when he thinks of something before returning to the papers. Researchers standing by his side, looking at Crum and you by the door. Please come in, Crum and Xanthos. Turn left for 30 degrees and take 2 steps forward. That is the area Mr. Asimov has provided you to stand. Thanks. Where are the others? They left after delivering their reports. You two are the last ones. First, allow me to explain the current situation on behalf of Mr. Asimov once again. The Science Council's current research requires a large amount of punishing virus samples. With sufficient samples, the research progress can be advanced by 40%. Oh, I see. This is the other reason, right? Because if there are enemies at any scale somewhat close to what the Heterohive Mother is, Chrome can't guarantee that he could get samples and be able to bring them back without getting corrupted. Makes sense, because again, it's like all the objectives that they're trying to complete only works the most efficiently with my involvement. But not any samples. The higher the strength of the sample, the more accurate the data provides. Among corrupted, hetero creatures and ascendants, hetero creatures are best suited as a study, given that it evolves from the punching virus itself. Among the hetero creatures, highly developed entities like the Polyphage, Siren, and the Heterohive Mother are the most ideal samples. Chrome has already told you about the advanced Heterohive Mother. Currently, we discovered and destroyed several hive mothers that developed naturally, but the completion rate cannot compare to the one found in the sewers. So we hypothesized that the hive mother, or the Heterohive Mother, aided by Vonnegut, is most likely the purest thing made by the punching virus. Ah. Now, let's exchange information to locate the advanced subject out there. This is where the sewers underneath 7075 are. There were two known factors: data of Luna at her prime, recorded by Ouroboros, and the time difference between Strikehawk's first retreat from the sewers and our second return there when we ran into Vonnegut. If Vonnegut had moved outside during this time frame, the furthest he could have traveled given these two factors would be within this area. Although we couldn't guarantee that he had left for where the advanced subject was. But if I were him, I would go to confirm the state of that Hive Mother during this period of time. Ah, I see. This is Chrome's way of playing like a chess master against Vonnegut. They ended up in a stalemate last time, but maybe he can get the edge this time. Although this was only my subjective estimation, we couldn't ignore the faintest possibility. And so Strikehawk began to search for data related to Vonnegut on the surface, and we eventually discovered some of his unique signals recently. Afterward, we researched outward with the sewers as the center, before we finally came upon matches to his signals in these directions. But again, is it not him like just doing that on purpose, intentionally, to draw us in, right? Because again, it's like every time it's a signal close to Luna, the commandant's always dragged into it. Who's to say this isn't the same thing? And he thought like, maybe now I can use the commandant as a piece instead. Because he probably didn't know like who exactly the main threat was, right? But he only got interested in the commandant after the events of what happened in the sewers. Circle on the globe gets smaller into a few thin lines displaying the directions Chrome has mentioned. Plus, that's the thing, it's like he would have heard more about me because of my heroic acts being talked about. So maybe he's gonna try to take that to his advantage, creating a situation for both of us. But this is based on a hypothesis. That's fair, but it's not without its value. Science, after all, is the process to confirm a hypothesis. Here is the intel the Science Council has gathered. After analyzing the Heterohive Mother, although we can't determine the principle in which it's formed, we can confirm several of its features. Abnormally energized punishing virus concentration and interference on a magnetic field nearby. Not only does that interface affect communication, but it can also affect the surrounding environment. Things the researchers are listing match the anomalies you've been encountering on the surface. If we can discover the exact coordinates of these anomalies on the surface, we'll be able to narrow down the possible locations of the completed Hive Mother after combing that data with Chrome's circle. Right. Now we just need to have the task force find those coordinates. I think I know something about the coordinates. Chrome and the researchers look on, bewildered. You mark at the different anomalies you've learned about throughout your different missions on the globe. The words have connected all the dots among the different anomalies you've encountered. No wonder I felt like something was missing. The anomalies that have been happening all across the globe are no accidents. A new storm is brewing. Oh! So they're all like... They all have a connection to that one main area. Is it the fact that it has spikes to do with an ascendant's emotions or such? Because that was like for Atlantis, for Luna's home.
where Roland last went. I guess it could be possible. These coordinates. Researcher nods at Asimov. Asimov takes a look at the dead zones and anomalies you marked, and he frees up a hand before tapping the projection. Multiple formulas and equations appear by the projection. The variables change at an incredibly high speed. The time difference in movement speed. The latitude and longitude differences from the railway, the consumption of helium-3, and the average speed of the eternal engine. And the area of the different dead zones can be calculated. Input the coordinates and areas of the anomalies into the function calculate, and combine that result with the angle where Vonnegut might have been. About 41 to 42 degrees. Which not one of you can come to alone. Then, while you're working together, all the clues converge into one single point of Asimov's formula. This is where the advanced subject could be. How's the revitalization of the conservation areas? We reclaimed 43% of the cities lost during the post-pandemic age. The engineering force has been restoring them in batches recently. 90% of the cities are found freed from corrupted activities despite not being reclaimed by us. It's believed that the Forsaken has managed to take them. 36 conservation areas are being constructed this month, and the preparation work to receive the nearby scavengers is ongoing. Good. As this is a projection of Earth performed silent, more dots are lit up, meaning more conservation areas have been built. Paneling support has formed a network linking with different areas to it, connecting humanity again. This network, cities are restored, and bases are reclaimed. Though the war's not over, Hessa believes that with the help of the Omega file, the turning point is imminent. The door to the bridge opens up. Hessa takes a look at the time and turns off the projection, looking back at his visitor. What is it, Nicola? Grey Raven found the coordinates to the advanced subject. Right. The coordinates point to the ruin of Puglia Forest Park, an area not prioritized for restoration due to the terrain and resource distribution. Having not been reclaimed, the existence of an advanced subject is possible. Woodcock was the closest to the forest park, so they've been sent there to confirm. That's why you agree with Grey Raven's application to move back to the front line? Not just that. Hessa sends over a video file to Nicola as he speaks. Nicola taps on the file and the video begins to play. This is where the advanced subject is. Right. The no stone unturned, Xanthos. I'll immediately send people to these coordinates that you discovered to confirm the intel, but the operation to retrieve the subject afterward. President's hesitation is not without its reasons. Discovering the coordinates is only the first step. Even if they do locate the advanced subject there, defeating it and collecting the sample is still a problem. That's why you and Chrome have agreed that Grey Raven needs to be there during the operation. Therefore, Grey Raven is requesting to join this mission, to be back on the front line. What makes you say so? Grey Raven is essential in the fight with the Heterohive movement concerning the battle itself, as well as what the people need. Laying the four reasons you discovered with Crumb to Hassan, you'll find him standing there quietly listening. You can stand before me, ask and be on the front line, then you must have understood the risks of doing so. Grey Raven is prepared to fight. Indeed, right now Grey Raven is crucial to defeating the Heterohive Mother. Past and future, open duties. The conversation between President Hassan and you jumps from topic to topic, as if you two are attempting to talk about everything in limited time. Your ideas clash on the bridges of your souls resonating in the universe. In that case, I suppose our worries were for naught. The video stops here. It's hard to disagree with them when they took this step willingly. It's good for everyone if they're moved back to the front. The benefits outweigh the risks. Right. As long as we can achieve what we want, it doesn't matter how we get there. Exactly. Alright. According to the time, Harley Joe's team should be sending back their reports soon. Hope our effort isn't wasted this time and we'll find that advanced Heterohive Lover. Heterosapien. Rapid footsteps approach from beyond the door. The retinal scanner outside announces the name of the visitor. The door opens and Hilda enters the bridge. How did it go?
Did we find it? All the data suggest that the heterohive mother is located inside CPF-040, at the center of the Puglia Forest Park ruins, but what used to be CPF-040.
What used to be?
That's right. It's better to see it for yourselves.
That Hilda sends a report across the desk and a warning on the cover has him frowning. My support for warning tag was the report relayed to Luna.
Oh my god, okay, shit.
Oh! I see, so this is kind of similar to like Cradle. Fascinating. The first thing I noticed, the vision is a large field that connects the horizon. Beyond the field is a dense forest. But the existence of such a large area of lush woods is miraculous in its own right. It's not the cause of shock. Everyone's gaze turns toward the towering tree in the center of the ruins. Natural greenery interweaves with the scarlet punishing grass along the tree. Twisted branches dancing and braiding. It replaced the CPF.
The control cord immediately sent the video to the Science Council for analysis after seeing this. Their findings suggest that those things enveloping the CPF-40 are made of hetero creatures mimicking the plants in the forest park. They recently invaded there. Since there was interference inside the forest, the following video was recorded by the Woodcock Commander and Harley Joe offline, uploaded after they escaped the park. The initial investigation has not run into too many obstacles. To go further into the forest, strange things begin to happen. Teams that enter the forest from different entry points have reported discoveries of campfires, human footprints, and scavenger clothing. That's... Why would scavengers appear near a CPF that's not being reclaimed? We don't know yet. We found human activities inside the forest park, some of which are fairly new, meaning there was a group of scavengers who entered the park recently before it was invaded by the heterohive mother. But that's not our key problem. On the tracks of human activity, several figures covered in scavenger capes appear before the squad. This area is dangerous. You stay where you are. I'm coming to get you out of here. You don't respond. Constructs next to him take a look at each other, then raise their weapons and cautiously approach the figures. Only when the constructs arrive before the figures, they realize the truth. Not humans they've discovered, but humanoid monsters. After being warned, their capes are just loosely hung on the humanoids' with bodies. So they turn around, their strangely shaped feet crushing the bones on the ground, making a squeaking noise. The red orbs in their chests are like their hearts, pulsing intensely. A piece of bone shattered from the vibration falling off their body onto the ground, crushed by their feet. New bone structures immediately grown from the orbs, covering them once more. Behind all of them hung a smooth, translucent string, within which lies intricate veins and nerves like an umbilical cord. These figures attached to the cord like newborn babies, making stiffly with their deafening cries. No doubt they are hetero creatures. The Science Council are calling them heterosapiens for now. The arrival of heterosapiens signals a grave danger. Hetero creatures' evolution mimicking Earth's ecosystem has reached the stage of Homo sapiens. Evidence shows that they are evolving much faster than we imagined. It took millions of years for apes and humans to evolve into separate species. Comparatively speaking, the hetero creatures have spent less than a blink of an eye. Our enemies have turned from beasts to humans in a flash. What will they become next? It is a horrifying but honest question. How fast they're evolving, no one can predict how their enemies will present themselves next time. The chilling video continues to play. The heterosapiens extend their round fingers from under the caves that point toward the constructs before them. Mouths open and close cumbersomely, making strange twisted noises. This area is dangerous. Please stay where you are. Oh my god, they can mimic their voices. Despite the distorted tones, the Homo sapiens have easily mastered the language skills that human toddlers were taking years to learn. Scarlet particles emit from beneath their capes. Constructs info devices blare out piercing alarms. Some of the soldiers cannot withstand the shock of what happened in front of their eyes as they stumble back and almost drop their weapons. But their training quickly kicks in. They immediately retain their composure. Regardless of how strangely the enemy act, it does not change the fact that they are hostile to humanity. Attack! Commander orders the team to attack and they immediately open fire. Bullets launch into the Homo sapiens' body, but they remain undeterred, charging into the firing line, unfazed by their shattering bones, as if taking a stroll in a storm. Like a
flood Homo sapiens, or heterosapiens, rush in from every direction of the forest park, rushing woodcock defensive line. Those begin to appear on the soldier's frame, and the muzzle flashes begin to decrease in numbers. To find a massive number of enemies, woodcock has no option but to retreat. The video ends with a frozen frame of a hurried retreat of woodcock. It's close to a report of Raven's temples. Luckily, it's not too late. Heterosapiens have only appeared around CPF 40. The intel on them has been synchronized to all ground forces. The Science Council is further analyzing the footage, hoping to understand the Heterosapiens more. What's important is what we decide next. We still have to face the Hetero-Hive Mother after defeating the Heterosapiens. To get a sample of the advanced subject, we will pay a hefty price. Which is why the Control Corps believes we must make use of the longest arsenal during this operation. But doing so means we'll give up on retrieving a sample from the advanced subject. Without the sample, progress on our mega file will fall behind by at least 40%. That's too long when the situation on the surface can shift at a moment's notice. That's right. Longer this arsenal could only be used in the worst case scenario. A mega file is an important turning point in this war. It's worth the risk. Send out the task force. Defeat the Hive, or Hetero-Hive Mother, and retrieve our samples. As Grey Ravens expected, they will be instrumental in this mission. Now, we need other participants. Who do you have in mind? Hans. His strength is crucial to this operation. Grey Raven, with their specialized frame, is our assault breacher vehicle for the Hetero-Hive Mother. Hans is our best choice to safeguard the vehicle and deliver it before the enemy. Since comms with Babylonia are jammed in the forest park, we can't issue commands to the ground troops there directly. They require someone with the ability to observe the battlefield and make judgment calls. Whether to use the longest arsenal to destroy the Hetero-Hive Mother, or to order a full force assault on it to retrieve samples, to save the surviving scavengers, or to extend the hope Grey Raven brings. Each decision is critical. Every choice burdened with immense pressure. Hans is the only one of the commanders who can shoulder that on the field. He's been in more wars than any of us since the Golden Age. His experience makes him the best option to guide this mission on the surface. Yeah, honestly, I couldn't agree more with Nikola, because it's true. It's like, look, he may have been a dick at times to us, but it's like, he is actually thinking about it. It's like, you have to understand, he's been through this shit. A lot of terrible stuff. But he's come out at the end, and he's been able to at least have a lot of people come back, so he's the best guy for the job. But his health has been getting worse. I don't know if he can walk out of Puglia Forest Park ruins alive. You just said that Omega file is worth the risk. Fine, but I have to talk to him first. Celica, send Hans to the bridge. This conversation with Hassan lasts mere minutes, but it feels like ages have passed. As the conversation comes to an end, everyone in the room falls quiet. Hans salutes and breaks the silence. Whatever it takes. Even your life. A soldier's life is humanity's leverage. To be utilized to my fullest is my ultimate wish. But his gaze is resolute, undaunted by Hassan's questions. Alright. Babylonia's forces are at your disposal. I'll give you some time to come up with a list. You can confirm it with Nikola and Hilda after. What is Grey Raven doing as the critical team of this operation? Lee and Liv are helping with the Science Council to analyze the Heterosapien footage from Woodcock. Lucy and Xanthos are going over their equipment. We prepared some special weapons to increase the odds of success. I see. In that case, I'll need the following 3 teams from those standing by. Already? Do you need to think it over? That's not necessary. Understanding the strength of each soldier is the basic requirement for a commander. First, Woodcock led by Harley Joe. He was the first person on the scene and thus understands the park the most. He's also applied to return to the forest park. And Harley Joe's achievement in communications means he might be able to solve the interference inside the park. Considering his team was hurt, I want to assign constructs from other squads to him as a temporary team. The second squad is Egret, led by Vanessa. Her efficiency combines valuable time. Given the lack of data on Heterosapiens, we can also rely on Egret's heavy firepower to take down enemies. The third team is led by Simon. Simon's capability is not that great. It'd be hard for him to in high-octane fights with the Heterosapiens. His physical prowess is concerning, but the strength of his mind peak is second only to Xanthos in his year. Someone like that will be able to share the strength with Xanthos when stabilizing the construct near the Heterohive Mother. I see. Mobilization orders been issued to their teams. Safe journey. Yes, sir. It'll be. Whew. Really get into this shit now. Oh, now we're really starting the chapter. Evernight beat. Your exposed skin uncovered by the exoskeleton can feel the moisture in the air, meaning there's sufficient rain in the area, which explains why the Forest Park ruins cannot last at the barren earth until now. Or, could last. No time to rest after the transport craft lands. Orders are issued to gather everyone together. Lawns like an unyielding oak stands in the middle of the field. Soldiers! That's not very loud, but his voice is firm enough to reach every one of your ears. I'm sure you've read the briefs. I'm Hans, commander of the ground forces in this mission. No matter your valor in the past, your job now is to follow orders. My judgment takes precedence over unexpected scenarios. Understood? Understood. I will repeat how important this operation is. Based on Woodcock's initial reconnaissance, the advanced Heterohive Mother is located inside the yet-to-reclaim CPF-40, the center of the park ruins. That one single team could not continue their investigation under the threat of the Heterosapiens, so that duty is now on the elite commandants here in your squads. We have two objectives. Can I help her remember that? Time seems to rewind back to the moment Selena and your eyes met. First, he's interrupted by Hans' voice. His hands behind him, Hans looks at CPF-40 at the center. Oh wait, what did it say earlier? Holding a bit domain. Oh right, yeah, that mission. Oh yeah, because that was Siren, I forgot. Locate and defeat the Heterohive Mother that's hiding inside CPF-40, and allow Grey Raven, with their specialized frame, to retrieve samples from it. When I decide that it's no longer feasible to retrieve the samples or the mission to retrieve them has failed, I'll issue commands to install a bit domain node so we can guide along this arsenal and take out our enemies once and for all. Second, to save as many surviving scavengers we find on our way as possible. Hans pauses when he says it. Of course, that's the best case scenario. You've read the intel on Heterosapiens, but I want you to remember what their appearances imply. The punishing virus has evolved beyond our understanding in the blink of an eye. Who knows how they would change after we enter the forest park. The situation goes beyond our control and neither of our objectives is feasible. We will prioritize installing the nodes in order to guide along this arsenal. If not, Babylonia will carry out broad orbital strikes with along this arsenal on the park ruins. Everything in the park, whether it's Heterohive Mother, the scavengers, or us, will all turn to dust. As soldiers, we can't rely on miracles. Everyone must prepare for the worst case scenario. All teams, start preparing and get to know each other. The mission starts in 10 minutes. Whew, alright. Finally getting to the main stuff. And of course the OG team. Though Hans has given everyone 10 minutes to ready up and get to know each other, the oppressiveness around the camp has made it hard for any of you to begin introducing yourselves. Each of you knows what enemies you'll face inside the park. So a mistake now in preparing your equipment can mean losing your life to the Heterosapiens later. Lucia takes lead and Liv to the edge of the forest to scout. Sit a rock in the distance, shaking the weapon in your hand. That moment you feel a sense of pressure coming from the side of your neck. Before you can see the face of your assailant, your body instinctively reacts. When your hand strikes at the wrist that holds the combat knife, disarming him. Feet sweep across his legs as he stands there shocked. Tries to stand up, but before he can, you grab both his hands and press him down. Give up, I give up. The combat knife isn't sharpened. His reaction speed is indeed as fast as Simon said. Simon? That's how you finally see his face clearly. It's none other than Harley Joe, the woodcock commander you saw in the video footage. This is the first time we meet, yeah? I told you what would happen, you still did it. It's rare to get an opportunity to train with the chief one-on-one. You have a female voice nearby. I give up. Can you let the fool go? Oh! Oh, so she's part of this. Okay. Yeah, because I only interacted with her in like the much later chapters, I think, but it wasn't here. Cool. Move away from the man, the woman extends mechanical arm to grab his uniform. I'm Yata from Scarab. My commander being Valeria. But I've been assigned as a temporary squad member working with Commander Harley Joe. Harley James to know the name of this fool. Come on, can't you say my name right? I can't. Fool fits you more, weirdo. Fine. Nicknames are a sign of trust. I'll consider that you accepted me as your temporary commander, Yata. So, why are you here? I can barely breathe how oppressive the camp feels. The commander's giving us time, I'm gonna use it. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Harley Joe, commander from your year like Simon. Santos. Yeah, I know. Simon doesn't stop talking about you. I suppose you must have seen the footage we Woodcock sent back. Most of my team was hurt during that encounter and all getting treated at the nearest conservation area. Why are you back by yourself? Instead of simply worrying by my companion's side, I'd rather teach the heterosapiens who hurt them a lesson. Which was why I applied to return here, being only slightly hurt. That's how I'm back in the temporary team with Yata. Are you nervous? You're going to heterosapiens? The truth is, I'm scared shitless. You can feel it yourself. His intense pulse confirms his story, and this whispery tone he takes when he talks about the heterosapiens suggests the same thing. As a soldier, I thought I'd seen my share of powerful enemies. Long forgotten what fear feels like. The heterosapiens don't look scary, and they aren't particularly powerful. The fear they cause stems from how little we know about the punishing virus. I feel like the punishing virus is adapting to Earth's environment more and more. It's evolved into humanoid heterosapiens in such a short period of time. What is it after next? To place humans and rule Earth as an entirely new life form? It's scary to think about, isn't it? Of course, I have to be back to prevent that from happening. This is Earth. If anyone should get kicked out, it's the punishing virus. Not to mention that conquering our fear, defeating the enemy, and acquiring victory are what we soldier folks do. If we don't stay on the front line, who will? Civilians? I don't want what happened to me to happen to more people. What? Nothing. Then forget that. By the way, we don't want to be too nervous. Tense boasting will make the bow snap quicker. Guess that was why the commander was asking us to introduce ourselves. Therefore, I deemed the vibe in the camp extremely unhealthy. I should remedy that. Yato, why are you standing far and far away? Both of you are not vigilant enough. You should put some distance between you the first time you meet, not chatting the way you did. Where is Simon? Are you looking for me? Hey! Right, from the ARU thing. Joe immediately walks up and holds him steady. Simon, you okay? I'm still not used to the transport craft. It looked fine when we gathered earlier. Because the Hans looked scary. Whoa, repressing your physical discomfort with sheer fear, huh? Commandant, they are... The dog listening to the others return from the edge of the forest. Harley Joe, this is my good buddy Yato. Don't say that. We're not that close. Just a temporary squad member and her temporary commandant. This is Simon. This is a teammate. 10 minutes are over. Gather up. We're heading into the forest park. It's voice shows up in the assignment out of nowhere. He jumps up dramatically away from Harley Joe and the concept holding him. Silence. Before we know more about the heterosapiens, we can't rule out that loud noise that would attract them. Simon a deadly stare before waving his hand. Well, I mean, he's not wrong, especially since they can mimic voices. A grid led by Vanessa also walks up. Found anything during preparation? I picked up some plants and gave him a taste. Analyzing them now. What about the heterosapiens? Nothing about them. But there is some information about this park we didn't record. Woodcock tried to clear out the plants in our way to quickly approach CPF-40. But the red glowing trees spill out some strange liquid and raise the punishing virus concentration in the nearby area by 2%. Undamaged plants didn't do anything similar. It might be related to the heteroplants adhering to the surfaces. Oh, and I named plants with characteristics of the hetero creatures and heteroplants. Clearing the plants without damaging the red matter is quite difficult. So my educated guess is that mass destruction of heteroplants will result in irreversible damage to the park ruins and the surrounding area. To avoid an unnecessary rise in the infection rate, I feel like it's best I report this before we enter the park. How annoying. I was expecting something more useful. Ah, okay. Yeah, here's why we learned a bit about Vanessa. She would be back. Huh? What's this hostility? What's Egret's progress? That's why I was like, Egret sounds familiar. I forgot that was Vanessa's team. We tried the sky. Didn't work. Short distance flights across the trees were immediately met with surface-to-air attacks. Isn't this a forest? What surface-to-air weapons are there? That wouldn't be a human defense system. Those had to be attacks from the hetero creatures. That's what it was. They turned themselves into cannons, hovering midair, and when they encountered us, they launched themselves at extremely high speed in an attack. Have the hetero creatures developed this kind of tactics already? Not a good sign. Not at all. And they were smart. They only attacked targets in the air that approached the giant tree. The closer we were, the more frequent their attacks were. That might be why our transport craft wasn't attacked, having landed on the outskirt. I see. In that case, the less encumbered Harley, Joe, and Yata will take the flank. Everyone else takes a line formation and watches each other's backs. Grey Raven, stay in the middle and reserve your strength. Alert others at incoming attacks from the air. Fire freely when you encounter heterosapiens. Continue advancing. Don't break formation. Yeah. Commander, the contamination level's rising. Take caution. We don't know what to expect. Oh shit! Well, I'll defuse it now. Oh shit! There we go. Good. The other and I will have the flanks under control. Wait, what? What happened? Oh no, someone's interfering with my system. Wait, am I actually being hacked? Nope. Alright, Nate, help me out. Thanks, buddy. Ah, shit. Oh, shit. It's the dog. Come on. There. Can I actually go there? Oh, I can't. Alright, let me go left then. Ah, great, there's another path. This way? Never mind. Let's go this way. Oh, okay, just follow the directions. The board construct should record the time. Okay, that's not a good one. Saving. Read it. There we go. Oh, there we go. Nice. Alright, they're coming from this way. Oh, it's over here.
Wait, why is there a metal plate here? It's weird. Polyag guide.
Okay. It seems to be coming from this direction. Yep.
これが最後の戦いだといいですね。
You know what?
指揮官
Found the heterosapiens in real life is much more intense than seen in the videos. Bones are fractured by Igrit's firepower. Fragments hitting your exoskeletons with a dull thud. Blast and core as they lie on the ground among their remains motionless. Check your wounds. Continue moving in 2 minutes. I'll begin to carry out inspections and repairs as you receive your order. Give me a second, I'll be right back. I need to take my food out of the fridge so it cools off. Or not cools off, but reaches room temp. I'm back. Your head is slowly recovering from the spike of adrenaline, but you can still hear the voices of the heterosapiens from all corners of the park ruins. I warn you not to let your guard down. Cyclic comms interference happens to stop now, and you'll receive a transmission at the same time. Oh, important message. To avoid the comms interference cutting this message short, we're sending a recorded message to your terminals repeatedly offline. Please download the attachment once you're in safe position. Hans opens the attachment after hearing the message. It's just a red tide? But the red tide is static corrupted, frozen in place. It's got a liquid spilling out from the gaps in their bodies. This liquid flows to the ground along with their bodies, forming multiple small pools of red tide. Afterward, the red tide is devoured and corrupted before heterosapiens crawl out from the crystalline liquid. Heterosapiens originally thought to only appear in the park ruins or rising from the red tides. Step away from the tide and attack everything on their way, and the reaction from the ones attacked is all but unfamiliar.
This is the red tide.
The floors of the victims' bodies break up after being attacked by the heterosapiens, falling to the ground before dissolving and reforming by the heterosapiens' strikes. You've seen that City 75 multiple times through the spear of FOS. Manifestation being devoured by the red tide. Han shows up. Special Psalm explains what's happening. As you can see, The new heterosapiens are showing up everywhere around the globe. Hetero creatures as a product of the punishing virus are rising from mechanoids that have been infected. They form small-scale red tides everywhere with corrupted activities, breaking down machines and attacking humans, rapidly raising the virus concentration in the area, turning more and more areas into dead zones. Based on our observation, the global punishing virus concentration is rising exponentially. How did that happen? Didn't we clear out all the red tide in a previous mission? Technically, some of the areas were cleared of the red tide. We never understood how the red tide appeared. We only knew that it showed up near a powerful hetero creature. That's why Babylonia could tackle the red tide problem by taking down the polyphage and siren. The red tide now are different from the one in City 75. They appear within the corrupted and spread with the help of heterosapiens. They move faster, hit harder, and mobilize more freely. It's a new threat to humanity. Babylonia is actively preparing a response for it. All task force members, remember your duties as a soldier. Hold your position, protect the civilians, and wait for our notice. May humanity endure. Like the red tide projections in the past, the red tide now come in more threatening physical forms, taking over lands where humans live relentlessly. This is a warning to humanity, telling us not to let our guard down because of the momentary victories. Humanity's been reclaiming lands, rescuing people, and re-establishing bases. Meanwhile, the punishing virus has also been growing, testing humanity with fiercer forms every time. The enemy won't stop. To exist is to evolve. That's why we can't stop as well. Like the president said, our duty comes first. What we should do now is hold our positions and complete our missions. When we finish analyzing the data we got from actual combat. It's done. We sync the data to everyone's terminal. Professor named Eleanor speaks first. Some of our discoveries might help with the situation out there. Clockwork. Given the physical feedback we got when fighting the heterosapiens, we once believed they didn't consist of any sensory organs for pain. But we got a completely opposite conclusion after our analysis. The sensory receptors are incredibly active. That points to the diagram before. Extremely potent electrical signals spread in their nervous system after they're hurt. Unlike humans, however, the signal doesn't end in their brains, but their umbilical cords. They're uploading those signals. Right. Although they have developed humanoid forms, the heterosapiens have yet to develop a human-like society. They still maintain an insect-like hive mind. The heterosapiens from the receiving ends of the nervous system that is set throughout the forest park, uploading stimuli from the outside world and letting the central system process all the information. Like a spider web. The closer we are to the CPF, the more heterosapiens there are. Like insects protecting their queen. Hives. Uploading signals. I see. That's why Liv said we might be able to help with the situation out there. Right. Heterosapiens always show up in groups, like cells growing underneath the skin. Their signals won't be uploaded until they've been gathered and organized. Before those signals are uploaded, these heterosapiens are sharing their senses. If we dislodge the umbilical cords that are used for uploading their sensory stimuli, they'll have to experience those stimuli themselves. Failing to handle the input, their frail bodies will break. They'll be hindered, if not paralyzed. Right. Their extremely sensitive sensory organs will become their biggest weakness in this case. Which means breaking one will cause a chain reaction. I get it. Domino effect. Push one and they all fall. Kind of an effective and elegant tactic. This intel will help the other ground forces tremendously and we can pass it back to Babylonia. The question now is how we send it back. Buzz echoes within the park ruins, signaling another wave of comms interference. Do we have to wait for the interference to end before reporting in? Time is of the essence when we're fighting on the surface. I don't think it's a good idea to waste our time here. Harley Joe, we're further in the forest now than when Woodcock was first here. You finished calibrating your algorithm? Yes, Commander. Just in time. Joe takes that mechanical device from his backpack as you all watch and places it on the ground, tinkering with it. This is... Yep, exactly what you think it is. Now, everyone, try to communicate without using your voice or your audio module.
Why bother? The result's the same anyway.
So you got it. It's a comms amplifier. That's right, I modified it myself. We couldn't use it since I wasn't done calibrating it, but after the last few cycles of interference, I've calculated the optimal amplifying level in the Spores part.
Sure, but the effective range isn't ideal. We can fix that if we adjust it the way it's wired like this.
Look how proficient you are.
Not my choice. Shorthalt made me learn it.
Mechanical arms pick up the device on the ground like tentacles navigating inside it smoothly and deftly rewiring it.
I see. This will increase the effective range of a single unit.
Those are some very impressive skills at modifying a device like this. Hold on. You just say a single unit? You heard me. This is what we're gonna do next. I'll be calibrating them and Yato will be deploying them. As long as they aren't destroyed, we can contact Babylonia when the network of these amplifiers reaches a certain scale, even with the comms interference.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Someone has to do it.
Fine. You're my temporary commandant, so I'll listen to you. Criticism can wait till it's over.
Alright, break's over. All teams will advance in wedge formation. Ingrid will lead, Grey Raven and my team will take the rear. Harley, Joe, and Yanto will stay behind the team to take care of whatever enemy remains and deploy the comms amplifiers. Simon's team will cover them during setup. What is this? Oh, are we actually entering the park? Damn. Oh, just live? Alright. Comms interference is solved with the help of the comms amplifiers from Holly Joe. Continue your journey to CPF-40 after Hansa's reported discoveries to Babylonia. So ways ahead of Sapiens in your sight are defeated one by one, your field of view begins to broaden. Central purification filter that is the basis of humanity's life on the surface against the punished virus is now penetrated by the crimson plants. Right in the middle of the field, we see a tower.
We're finally here. More heterosapiens from our flank. How much more of these boring folks do we have to kill?
Hold the line. You can't just barge into CPF-40 yet. We'll look to cover around CP-40 with saving ways ahead of the sapien attack.
Our initial scan shows that CPF is still running at low power, but the centrifuge module its bases are down. Punishing virus concentrations at the tower is steadily rising. Some of the passageways inside have been blocked by plants formed by the hetero creatures. Seems that we'll have to keep scanning even after we're inside to find the right way.
Any scavengers? I'm sorry, but we haven't found any yet. We're adjusting our plans. Vanessa, your tactics are better suited to finding on the surface. Take Egret and station outside the tower. Guard the entrance after everyone else enters.
Roger. Anything goes?
Anything goes. As long as you can take down the heterosapiens returning to the tower from the forest and safeguard our path of retreat.
Okay.
Harley Joe, see the gap at the top of CPF? Let me see. Found it. Based on how the light is shining through, there does seem to be an opening underneath the bridge at 11 o'clock. Right. Yanta and you will climb up the CPF along those plants and open up the gap from the inside, creating a second path of retreat as a backup in case the inside teams can't leave via their way in. My team will lead inside the CPF, and Simons will take the rear. Grey Raven stays in the middle and will escort them to the closest point ahead of Hide Lover, making sure they aren't worn down before fighting it. And afterward, my team will deploy the bit domain nodes around the Hive Lover. Simon will help Xanthos stabilize the constructs inside the tower. Your mind beacons will be everything that stops the constructs from being infected. Roger. Everyone, raise your defense level to maximum.
still know nothing about the situation inside the town, so stay on. That Han signals the team to breach the main entrance.
みんなを守る
Support concepts. Scan the route forward. Everyone else stay together. Don't get separated. Ah, I see. So that's where I'm only live. Scanning complete. Switch circuit here is connected to the filtration fan. Alright. Ah, shit.
人事尽くす大丈夫です
Ah, shit. Nope.
人事尽くす消滅
Circuit repaired. Turn off the fan and we can keep moving forward. Oh, I see. There it is. Alright, at least I'm getting better at using those orbs for attacks. Oh shit, what's going on here? Arrival. Alright, still continuing. Oh boy. Watch out, everyone. It's difficult to come back and you fall from here. The same applies to the enemies. Correct. We can use a lot of pressure. We can make good use of the fan. Ah, I see. Like this. Oh, I see. Oh, am I supposed to like hit it from here? Or... Wait, what am I supposed to be doing? So that was said something about the box. Oh. I see. I thought I had to move it there. Weird how you can only move from one angle, but again, I guess that does make sense when thinking about it realistically. There we go.
I honestly wasn't even thinking of doing that. I just did it randomly. Chief Commander, all nearby areas have been scanned. Results have been sent to all commandants. Good. Stick to the plan and finish your tasks.
さっき私足引っ張ってなかったですよね。
Navigating inside the CPF was blown apart. Before the dust settles, conscripts in their protective goggles breach the broken door. Weapons firing and smoke clears to reveal Hans's team standing. Hetero Sapiens on the left, down. Flammable canisters on the right, secured. Area secured, Chief Commander. He spotted bullet holes from shotgun rounds and signs of explosions on the walls. These marks have accompanied by falling Hetero Sapiens, nothing more than not. It's not us, and it couldn't have been the scavengers. Recording confirmed the data. Roger. How's Simon's team doing? Simon's team is trying to secure the location inside the tower that connects to all inside teams. Whichever construct shows a sign of infection can immediately connect and stabilize them with the commander. With his help, all constructs inside the tower have yet to show any sign of infection. All anomalies regarding the input devices are resolved the moment they arise. He's playing the role of an emergency firefighter pretty well. Right. Third bit domain node has been deployed. The triangulated coordinates are located not far below Hans's team. Based on the previous exploration, you've all confirmed that this is where the advanced heteride is hiding. Hans grips the trigger for the London's arsenal in his hand tightly. Looks the floor beneath his feet as if his gaze can penetrate the heavy platform serving the fight that is about to happen there. The dire situation on the surface and the threat inside the Forest Park ruins have shown Hans that the advanced heteride cannot leave this area alive. If it cannot defeat it by the end of the fight, must pull the trigger and annihilate all enemies inside the forest whether it succeeds in retrieving the samples or not. Must put the trigger back inside his coat and leads his team out of the room. Instead of waiting for Graven's results, there are still missions that only he can complete as the chief commander in a situation like this. If you lead Grey Raven inside the vast space ahead, you find a heteride mover suspended in midair. It's even bigger, more complete than the test subject you saw before. Terminals keep warning you there's the target of your mission. Advanced heteride mover. Crimson umbilical cords extend from around you, connected to hive mover. Some of them hanging helplessly like withered roots. Commander, the enemy's making a huge impact on our infrared devices. Understood. Hasn't exceeded our calculations yet. Stick to the plan. Step forward and fire the hive mover. The bullet grazes its tough exterior, leaving no marks but a crisp echo. Your action has woken the previous dormant hive mover. You hear curses coming out of its body. Cannot harm. Cannot. The hive mover is mumbling gibberish like the one in the sewers, which confirms a connection between that one and the one before you. The Ascendant's aid. Feeling his tentacles strike at you with unfathomable speed. Now! Copy. You see it rushes before you, a red katana sheath severing the tentacle reaching for you. The toaster behind her buzzes. Even with the exoskeleton and its temperature regulator, you still feel the temperature around you dropping. A freezing breeze emits from Lucius' thruster, and the heterohive mover's movement is visibly slowing down. The state only lasts but a second. Lucia raises her blade and thrusts at the gap in the heterohive mover's shell and suddenly bursts her immense strength and dodges, with some distance between them. Lift? The invading heterohive mover suddenly freezes midair, multiple pink electromagnetic walls, holding it firmly in place. Enemy pinned down. Fire again at the heterohive mover. This time it's not paying your bullets enough attention like the first time. It shoots its body when it's about to be hit. The first time, however, the bullet hits the shell and ricochets to the side, leaving a mark on the wall of the CPF. Commandant, I'm ready. Activated. Roger. Your command Lee pressing the button on the machines nearby. Ever since you fired your first bullet, Lee's been sneaking on to the side, trying to repair those devices. The rest of you tried to draw the heterohive mover's attention, buying him time. Mechanical devices buzz, and the punching fire's concentration in the area begins to decrease. The rhythmic contraction, the heterohive mover's shell sped up as a reaction to the change. Every push inward stresses the exterior immensely. It's not a phenomenon you know about regarding the heterohive mother when the punching virus concentration lowers. Doubt lingers but a moment. Window of opportunity the Grey Ravens are created must be seized. So you hold out the trigger on your gun, aiming not at the shells, but to count the umbilical cords above it. You snap one after another. These wires to upload information for the outside. The broken ends of the cords start to wilt and pale. This grey liquid cannot hold its own weight and spills from the broken cords, dripping over the heterohive mother before flowing to the ground. There was a hint of black liquid within the redness. Not from the broken umbilical cords, but the pulsating, retracting shells of the heterohive mother. She leaps forward, encompassing the heterohive mother with her unbroken tidal-like wing slashes. From the glistening reflections, the heterohive mother curls up on the ground. In a strange position, she feels trembling from the blade as a retraction, as if they're going to be peeled away. Still, it is lowering its center of gravity, making sure the part underneath the shell does not get hit by Lucia. Your Ravens carried out your plan, removing the hive mother from its nutrients, seizing its access to the outside world and pinning it down. Just a matter of time before you defeat and retrieve the samples. Despite the scale of victory tipping your way, you still cannot shake the uneasiness ever since you entered the park ruins. Accessing information about the outside world through the heterosapiens. Collecting more punishing virus than it needs as nutrients. Rhythmic retraction is strange liquid. And its posture seemingly protecting something underneath. All the dizziness you've been feeling we used to give around the heterohive mother. The hive mother isn't the only enemy here. By the time you realize it, it's too late. The hive mother's body soars up, pulling up the remaining umbilical cord is still attached. Track the book continuously, revealing the strange red structure underneath it. Black liquid keeps dripping down the red structure. The seizure is getting more intense, but the heterohive mother no longer cares about the pain it's feeling. A human figure. Your guess is only half correct. There's indeed more than one enemy from the very beginning. The heterohive mother has been hiding something else. Children ready to be born. Hetero creatures have the concept of childbirth, that is. Two figures break through the edge of the red structure, like liquid spilling around them. The last drop of liquid emptied, the two figures dropped to the ground. They seemingly given birth to weakened heterohive mothers hung mid-air by the remaining umbilical cords, which go swaying in the air. Everyone grabs hold of their weapons instinctively. The tremendous pressure makes it difficult to breathe. The heterosapiens were imitating humans after the red tide devoured them, similar to the projections, and the two before you transcended imitation. Crafted and polished, like perfect human-like products. The hollow eyes treat the Grey Ravens, but you not feel them focusing on you at all. Your gaze pierces through a crowd that extends toward the species you belong to, humanity. Esto no es nuestro final. It's not our final destination. Rest, my friend. For some reason, their voices feel oddly familiar to you. So they're not the ones who were speaking, but someone else. Man and woman's speech is so far removed from the stuttering of the heterosapiens. It's clear they've gathered enough knowledge from the countless heterosapiens out there in the park. It's taken them but a dozen seconds from birth to fluent speeches. Their blank expressions tell you that they're still mimicking phrases over or others have said instead of presenting their own ideas through language. The urgent situation makes it difficult to think about who they're mimicking. Enemies raise their hands. A strange gush of wind blows past you. The creatures seem to evolve to a new height at that moment. Ah, great. New hybrids, of course. Alright, let's keep going. Since the twins appeared before you, the heterosapiens have been growing deafeningly, or growling deafeningly, while the heteroplanes tip their branches and leaves toward the ground. Celebration as well as a show of submission. Sharpest blade might say the dragon bow, non-stop of calamity. Same before the most perfect creation of punching vibes instead of a heterohive mother. Mighty squad pales in comparison. Powerful blows slams you into a wall of the tower. Up a cough with your lungs pressed. Look down and live in your arms who managed to evade the strikes from the twins when you pulled pulled her away. Even with Simon helping you stabilize the construct, you're at your limit keeping the 3 Grey Ravens from getting infected right now. Move, damn it. Damn. Cold sweat begins to form underneath their artificial skins. The impact on their mind has made even standing difficult. The 3 have steadied themselves with whatever they have nearby. Being in the same room with the heteroid member and the twins, the Grey Raven's infrared devices are getting hit twice as hard. With that, Lee, Liv, and even Lucia with her specialized frame are all briefly immobilized. As they struggle to counter the strikes and their frames accumulate wounds, Liv has finally figured out how the enemies are attacking them. As you pull her away, she quickly tells you how the enemies are attacking without moving. The black cylindrical pellet is the true face of the high-speed flying attacker. Even in the blink of an eye, Liv still managed to catch that the pellet was the bullet you fired at the heterohive mother previously. Ah, damn it! Then I shouldn't have fired the other one. No, that thing is not a bullet. Is an instance of them imitating your attack. Ah, damn it, they were mimicking me, of course. Our analysis of damage dealt by this attack is far beyond that of a bullet for both humans and constructs. The twins can speak clearly, but that does not mean that their beings capable of communicating with speech. This is a prayerful you can feel their hostility intuitively. They feel angry. Clearly they're angry because you've hurt their mother. You see that Lee is laying on a broken mechanical devices and shooting, while Lucy is kneeling nearby, supported by her blade. Hope Liv stand up so that she can lean on the wall and steady herself. As the wounds are still hollow, but their hostility means you cannot let your guard down for a second. Right now, their gaze falls on Lucy and Lee, and several bullets start hovering near them. You have to make a choice now. Focus the power in your exoskeleton on your legs and dash toward Lucia. The initial speed of the mimic bullets from the twins is not too high. You ignore the side effects and push your exoskeleton, you might be able to do something before the bullets speed up. Like motors crack with a warning of overloading. Bullets graze your back, but you manage to brush the Lucia aside at the last moment. Command, use this. Lucia immediately understands where your objective is and uses only strength to pass your katana. See her blade, you immediately fling it toward Lee. Crush the mechanical device Lee's been leaning on, make him fall to the ground and avoid the bullet that went for him. Sound effects begin to kick in, your legs go limp, sending you and Lucy are tumbling down. The wicked heterohive mother stands in your way, slumping inside the pool of red and black liquid on the ground with the shells broken off from the pain of breath scattered around it. You will not be allowed to hurt my children. Your mind suddenly begins to get hazy. Light around you fades, and your abdomen delivers you a sense of searing pain and warm touch. Look down and see one of the heterohive mother's tentacles piercing through your flank. Instinct from her lover. Twins instinctively try to attack those who attack the heterohive mother. Bite down your lips and blood spills from your wound on your mouth. The pain snapped you awake for a moment. Use one hand to hold on to his tentacle, while the other hand ejects the magazine from your pistol. Use your mouth to draw a new magazine from the stripe over your shoulder before swiftly reloading the gun. Emergency tactical reloading action you learned from Lee. Use your right hand to press the pistol against the tentacle. However, it doesn't react, clearly not considering your shots a threat. That's the moment you've been waiting for. Oh, right, gotta press it. Pistol roars and the pungent smell of explosives fills your nostril. First shot was a misdirection, tricking the hive mother into thinking that your bullet would not hurt it. Even though the situation spiraled out of control, your initial misdirection has still proved you an opportunity to turn things around. Use your remaining strength to change the experimental bullets the Parliament gave you before leaving. And now, given the enemy's limited movement, you managed to take the chance to fire at the heterohive mother at a close distance. The last few moments before you fall unconscious, you hear thunderous explosions. Platform before you begins to crumble, and the Grey Ravens and you fall with the broken platform to a lower level. Chief Commander, you've rescued Grey Raven. Chief Commander, the lower platform's cut off by the explosion. We can't retreat the way we entered like we planned. Start moving up. We'll depart with the exit Harley Joe made at the top of the tower. When the construct supports, Hans immediately orders the teams to switch direction and retreat upward. The enhancement has become a burden to the commandant. I'm adjusting the energy output of the exoskeleton, using it to keep him alive. Lucy and the others have finally shaken off the effects of the interference. They immediately rush to your side after staying back up.
Chief Commander, the commander informed us before passing out that the heterohive mother has left a broken tentacle in the wound by the abdomen. Although we couldn't defeat the heterohive mother, Grey Raven successfully retrieved the sample.
Hearing Lucy's report, Hans walks to your side, his hand on your flank, frowning. Help Liv perform first aid on Xanthos. Retrieve the tentacle first in case of another infection. Liv, Eleanor, and the other constructs working together, the tentacle in your flank has been extracted. It quickly bandages you. Others swiftly wipes off the sweat on your head while injecting you with a serum. Given poor environment, your blood still pours from underneath the bandages. Ah, boy. Oh boy, I don't like the sound of that. Nope, I can make it. Oh shit. Oh no. Ah, damn it. Ah, damn. But I can't dash. How am I supposed to do anything? Oh, I see. Okay, that's on me. There we go. Okay. Still taking a while, but I can do it. Nice. Thank you. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes. The way he's fixed break only take us up 20 meters. Discard all unnecessary load. As the elevator stop, get out. The elevator is out of power. All necessary load has been discarded, Chief Commander. Alright. Stick to the plan and break away. Alright, so we got a bit more. We can definitely finish this.
みんなを守る
Enemy engaged. Commencing battle. Ash. Oh shit!
みんなを守る みんなを守る
Nice. Not too bad.
Watch out. Intermediate energy sources.
Ah, damn. Ah, shit.
やってみせる
Oh, okay, so I have to also avoid the flames too. Huh?
大丈夫です
Damn it, I'm trying to dodge it. Oh shit. Trying to get me here too? Nope.
やってみせる 星々はあなたたちを CAA に導くでしょうやってみせる 丈夫
Ah,
です
fuck me. Oh shit. Nope.
みんなを守るやってみせる
This way. Come on. Then noticing the situation inside the tower, Harley, Joe, and Yanta has extended the extraction points further inward, probably reuniting with all of you just now. Following Harley, Joe, and Yanta, everyone inside retreats according to the extraction points they established. See heterosapien remains around the area, speaks silently of what the two have encountered. These howls rising from within the tower. Despite the retreat being incomplete, Hans knows he can no longer wait. Pulls the trigger to longest arsenal. In a few minutes, the most powerful weapon humankind has invented will bring judgment from the sky and annihilating all enemies. But the signal for the trigger hasn't been sent. There will be two possible reasons. If the bit domain nodes are destroyed, the nodes are malfunctioning. In this terminal, Hans can see the nodes securely planted, meaning they have not been destroyed. Instead, they're not working because they malfunction from the effect of the hive over the twins. There's only one way to solve this. Someone has to return to the nodes and calibrate them manually. Because of that, Hans puts the trigger back inside his coat and looks at Simon and Harley Joe, who are helping the rest of the retreat. Harley Joe, Yata, and you have the highest mobility. You two are in charge of bringing the sample back to Babylonia after we're back on the ground. Roger. Yata and I have assembled a portable rocket. Once we're outside the range of the park's surface air artillery, we'll use it to deliver the sample immediately. Vanessa will be instrumental in helping you guys retrieve from the heterosapiens in the park. Once you're on the ground and regroup, follow her orders. Understood. I'll let her know. Protect Simon on your way out. Xanthos is dying, so Simon's the only one who can protect the construct from being infected. It all depends on him whether all the constructs can get us out of this place in one piece. Taking on the responsibilities of sole person to stabilize all the constructs, Simon leans on a construct next to him, wiping off the nosebleed from being fatigued. Simon. Copy. What about you, Chief Commander? There's something wrong with the bit domain nodes. They require manual calibration from someone with commandative clearance. I'll stay behind and finish my mission. Make sure that the longest arsenal hits the heterohive mother and ends its reign inside this forest. No, Commander. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'll come with you. Enough. None of the commandants here can protect the constructs from being infected with the hive mother and the twins present apart from Simon and Xanthos. Going back this way will only make you my burden. That's just his word when he says burden, ensuring that everyone present understands where he stands. But there's no but. I've fought more wars since the Golden Age than the miles you've walked. Are you questioning your superior? Questioning my ability to return from the gates of hell? Still, if you still feel the weight of your duty as a soldier, then you'll finish your mission. I will finish mine and initiate the longest arsenal, and you will finish yours and escort the sample. That's how we don't fail this uniform. Chief Commander, I'll be back. Trust me. That Hans walked past everyone and heads in the opposite direction of the extraction point. Walking alone, Hans no longer has to face the heterosapiens. Most of them were drawn to another location due to the previous fights. Now he's facing the purest malice from the punching virus. Infection. The virus concentration inside the tower was growing exponentially. The protective suit Hans is wearing has reached its limit long ago. It's the earpiece so that the repeating warnings don't interrupt his thoughts. And now his mind is sharper and active than it's ever been. Move forward. Walk straight toward the bit domain node that requires his manual calibration. That is his mission. His duty. His unwavering belief as a soldier. The capillaries underneath his skin begin to burst. Also to sweat blood, soaking the protective suit from within. His organs, having gone through multiple enhancement surgeries over the years, started to show worrying symptoms a few months ago. Now those are getting worse, adding immense pain to his brain. The pain that can topple the toughest giant, Hans keeps himself awake. Watch the blood seeping out the corner of his eyes with his hand so that his vision is not obstructed. As a habit, his hand wipes past the corner of his mouth after that. Even when he hates to admit it, the rise of the corners of his mouth reveals the joy Hans is feeling right now. He knows exactly why he's so ecstatic. Because a soldier, he's not lying on a hospital bed somewhere in Babylonia with tubes plugging into his body as he experiences the last moments of his life. Instead, he's spilling his last drop of blood on the battlefield, fighting to meet his end. His body will not be perfectly preserved in a coffin covered with flowers and adornments, waiting to be revered and praised. No, he'll lie on the front line, all alone. No medals to tell his story, save for the one on his chest. Balsamy flower dried from his own blood. It's the best honor you can ever get. Hans has never questioned his initial choices on the countless nights after the great evacuation. He will not and cannot doubt his life because of shame. That would be him betraying the past and failing humanity. If he survived, he had to spend his life to its fullest. It must make it worth it. Now it's constantly feels his foot give way. His right leg has gone limp from all the infection and the exhausting fights. So he uses his rifle as a crutch. Whatever it takes. Even your life. A soldier's life is humanity's leverage. To be utilized to my fullest is my ultimate wish. Hans and Hassan know that the park ruins will be the last fight Hans can participate in. 10 meters. He's glad he's not betrayed his vow. His right hand can no longer hold on to the rifle and falls to the ground, not wiping away the blood coming out of his eyes anymore. Using his still mobile left hand, he crawls forward, undeterred from his target. Move forward until the end. On over in the tower, Hans sees a starry night sky. Last time I saw something like this was before the Great Evacuation, wasn't it? Trillard. Since then, he's no longer smelled the grass of the field or admired the stars from the surface. Nowadays, Hans is closer to the stars, ghost haunting the space beyond Earth, tombstone of the Golden Age. No longer has to look up to see the starry night, yet at this moment, what he wanted to see more of is his home. He's not forgotten the glory of being a soldier. Sworn to put out all fires that threaten humanity. Hans has not stopped at traitors' friends, ravaged and corrupted. Deadly natural disasters, he's not stopping now. He's a great soldier and a role model in the army. He just expresses all his feelings, burying them deep inside. He is as he has always been, fulfilling his duty as a soldier, and he moves forward, paving the road to humanity's victory with his flesh and blood. I will be back. Trust me. I'll be back. Well, I never left. Roger. Yelta and I just assembled a portable rocket. Once we're outside the range of the park's surface-to-air artillery, we'll use it to deliver the sample immediately. Simon. Copy. Or was Harley Joe, Simon, or the dying Xanthos who risked death to retrieve the sample? Hans can feel the same spark. The will to move forward, passing from soldier to soldier. Soldier might fall, but the passage does not stop. His fingers can feel the exterior of the bit domain node, which is out in the dark, finally opening the manual calibration module of the node. Someone opens up Hans's protective suit now, they'd be surprised to see him still moving. His body's already become chronic from the infection, and his organs almost stopped working even before the infection started. The header however, it must be destroyed here. It cannot threaten the generations that come after him. Hans thinks as he finishes the calibration. His last sense of strength, he presses the trigger along his arsenal. The activation signal sounds so out of place among the noise at the tower, but it's the most beautiful melody Hans has ever heard. After many years in countless battlefields, Hans knows that his duty as a soldier has finally come to an end. The tombstone that has spanned ages breaks, and from the crack grows the strongest, fairest white flower. Arnold, I'm coming back. Unidentified twin. Oh shit, we're gonna have to fight the twins. I figured. Oh, we're just the two. Okay. Run. Keep running. Holly Joe and the others, having returned to the ground, are speeding through the forest where Ingrid leading the way. They are surrounding CPF-40 as a flame from Ingrid's bombardment, stopping the Heterosapiens for catching up. Still, countless Heterosapiens are coming after them from all corners of the Forest Park ruins. Lucia, Liv, Harley, Joe, everyone. I've already forgotten how many Heterosapiens they've taken down on the way. They only have one objective in mind. Rake through, then send the sample back. It's a race with extremely simple rules. Race against time against a punishing virus. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. The almost infinite forest has finally come to an end before the group. The expensive field before them has declared the race over. Soldiers have taken over Hansa's baton to complete their duties. Holy Joe loses his strength with the sudden change of scenery, tumbling to the ground and rolling forward. He then gets up and sets up the portable rocket system, activating it after loading the sample and sending the spark of hope back to Babylonia. As it fires a flare. A green flare lighting up the sky, signaling Hans that they completed the mission.
What are you doing over here? Trying to mark our hasty retreat? No. I'm here to take the egrets. The G Commander said we wouldn't have gotten out of the forest without your lead. You're all hurt too from the fight. Let's take a break before the enemies catch up. Yata and I will try to contact the other areas.
Commander Harley Joe, transmission from Babylonia.
Now of all times, put it through.
We just received intel from near the forest park not too long ago. You were deep in the forest. A small transport craft on the outskirts picked up 2 scavengers who claimed to have escaped from the ruins. The reserve serum from CPF-40 on them corroborated their stories, and they are the last survivors in the forest park. Despite we urgently dispatch large craft for your retreat, please hold. The Babylon's message and Harley Joe passes on the message to the group that's just escaped. The mood immediately relaxes a little. It's one of the few good news they can get. Simon, we go all out with our info devices more or less intact, and the constructs are infected.
I'm glad I can help. Hope y'all. The chief. It's good that I can share Xanthos' burden.
Right. Can't believe you did it all yourself. That's... Simon? Simon! Constant's tone started getting nervous as he blood dripping down his uniform. Out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, dyeing his uniform bright red. So he don't respond to the construct now. As strong as his mind beacon is, the stress should have been carried out by 2. Easily crush one's healthy brain within seconds. The stress on his mind, Simon held on for minutes until everyone retreated to the forest park ruins where the enemy's effect of the info devices weakened. Medic! No, wait! Who knows first aid on humans? Simon is... His cry, everyone gathers around Simon. Joe lays him down on the ground from the constant's shoulders and a few support type constant didn't check. Simon, sir. Support type consort is getting anxious for the extended fighting and the constant hits. I know crouches next to her, gripping her hands tightly.
Don't get frustrated. For timely treatment, this will not be the end for Simon and Xanthos.
Right. Support type consort found her case control Richard. Or her, my bad. She was about to say something, but when she saw what lies ahead, she stopped. 4 or 2 figures approach. Grass underneath their feet are obfuscated by red glow. Walk toward a makeshift campsite the group had just built. Walk faster and faster as the mutating ground also expands. Right now, they've grown to be stronger and faster than any non-living thing. As times as guardians and pursuers, they'll avenge their territory and may invade and violate.
I see they are just going to let go of the people who took a chunk of their mom.
Like Joe slaps himself in the face, replacing his usual glee with a solemn expression.
We're on a timer here. Simon's and the chief's wounds are worrying, but I suppose our priority is to fend off the enemies before us. Grey Ravens and Simon's squad. You can lend me your strength.
So the others don't answer. So they close their weapons and stand at the front of the defense line by Harley Joe until he's crushing with their actions.
Right.
Words are redundant now.
Regardless of the doom that awaits us, there's only one thing left to do.
At the stairs of the twins, the tentacle arms begin to change translucent. Makes itself up a tentacle-like robot, which emerges from the vine until only the shimmy red light on the aspect.
It's up to us now. Simon, Xanthos, just a few more seconds. Just a few.
All the heterosapiens inside park ruins are out in force. The war is shaking the entire forest by now. The twins stand before all of them, sounding to play communities and minds. Watching the movement of punching back begins to live here and now.
Ah, boy. I had to do it without a healer, too. That's terrific. Oh, shit. It just hit me. Still doing about to live this thing. Oh, I see. I'm killing these animations, too. What, is she trying to pull an Elise on me? Oh. Oh my god, I've already lost half my health. Ah, shit. Dude, I'm barely doing any damage. I died. Oh my god, we're getting our asses handed to us. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we probably can't just beat these guys normally. You really do always need like because honestly, I don't see a way of beating them. Oh my god, I have to touch these waves too? God, that's bullshit. There's no way. We're already so cute too. Bro. What in the fuck? You have entered the enemy's anti-matrix. Make a perfect dodge to remove the status. Oh my god. In 1 minute and won't be able to have a restart? Oh my god, you gotta be... No, not again! Oh shit. He didn't say pull, he just said it. No, I tried to touch it. No! Guessing it's like a formula? Oh my god. This is utter bullshit, man! Oh my god. No! Oh, I just had to end. No, now I have to survive a whole minute! Yeah, I'm dead. Nope. Got it. Win. Oh, come on. Oh, I couldn't see. Oh, at least get the BP. Damn, I'll have to use some power. Am I actually supposed to win this fight? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need to try. Oh no, here we go again! Ah, no.
constant drifts that hazy darkness of dreamy endless dream. Dream there are many blurry figures and left. You probably can defeat them, right? But it's like, what was it? Seeming of blankness replaced by the red and unending flame. A noise explode by your ear, almost shutting your eardrum. Next moment, all voices disappear. You're so quiet you can almost not hear your own breaths and heartbeats. Blurred figures start to clear up. Simon and Hans and the constructs that take upon a mission to follow Forest Park ruins and many constructs that you cannot save in the past. Saying something here, but you cannot hear it now. They salute you at the end of all endings, or fading into darkness. Darkness removes your sense of space, but you can still feel nausea from getting concussion. A ripple appears in the darkness. Pink light goes in the dark, slowly approaching, stopping right before you. Glass is so briefly, so fleeting that you wonder if you're an illusion. There's nothing after that glow. It begins to be devoured by darkness. Oh my god. As the twins stand before the heavily wounded Liv, ready to deal with a lethal blow, a flash of blinding light appears in the sky. On a battlefield turning night to day. Ray of light, piece of the dark. The update's man he's been waiting for. Longinus Arsenal has finally arrived. Randy's most powerful weapon passes its wrathful judgment from the heavens. Twins seem to realize something in a primitive drive urges them to take the Hetero Sapiens and rush toward CPF-40, paying the prices of war before them. It's the Hetero Hive, mother, right where it is. Following that, a burning white light covers the twins and the Hetero Sapiens that are approaching the tower. The Hetero Hive mother disintegrates into pieces inside the white light before forever turning into dust, vanishing into thin air. Towering flames covers the moonlight as a searing wave of burning hot air spreads from the tower. Multiple explosions devour everything in a brief second, from insignificant human lives to dreams that never were. Longinus Arsenal has finished striking. The Hetero Sapiens have turned to dust under its light, spraying from the face of the earth. CPF-40 is now a massive crater, surroundings battered and bruised. After that, red liquid gushes from the crater, having someone transformed, growing back into humanoid forms. A large wilting heteroplane stretches from their sides, wriggling its way upward, growing. Twins look at the heteroplane, lost, failing to find the mother that was once here, that was once in their memories. They stand by the crater for a very long time. Several dandelion seeds float toward them from afar, followed by the twins before the heat of the ground propels them up further away. Twins look at the dandelion seeds vanishing into the night sky, lost in thought. If hetero creatures had no boundaries to their existence, there's no difference between them and evolution of the Punisher virus and the immortal virus itself. The end of life gives life meaning. Parts are simply another test as necessary right to adulthood. Now on, the twins will no longer be able to find their mother. The Forest Park ruins are just the beginning of their lives. Tune and leave. Like the dandelions disappearing into the night, the charge to their own end of this infested planet. To learn to grow, experiencing all that Earth can offer, until they witness its end too. God damn. Fuck me, man. Like, we just got our shit rocked. I mean, not surprising though, because again, it's like we had pushed ourselves to the very limit there. Silent scream. It's been several hours since the twins left the main battlefield. The large transport craft mentioned in the transmission finally appears in the form of a burning carcass of a plane, crash landing before the teams that retrieved the sample dart arrived Mother. Eventually, the different teams can only manage to save the pilot, and they begin their retreat on foot. But they see the same thing regardless of where they go. Crumpled CPF tower, farms burned down, the lingering stench in the air like the smell of white phosphorus burning through flesh. These disasters from the punishing fires that never left Earth. More and more people joined the retreating forces, abandoned the well-constructed defense lines, conservation areas moving the front line back. To live, people are giving up on the rebuilt houses, the unwieldy weapons, and the stored rations. If they need to build is now given up for survival. All you can do now is search for survivors. Numb, Liv drags an injured survivor forward. Her frame is almost entirely spanned the previous fight, and Liv's still pushing herself to go forward. The step she is taking stresses her frame. Feeling the pain spreads from her feet to her entire body, but does not stop her from moving forward.
How many has there been?
After sending Xanthus and the rest, Liv returns to the front of the rescue line. Mine is way too foggy to know how many times she's performed first aid and moved the wounded. Survivor makes a plea. His voice was weak but resolute in his last request. And that, Liv immediately takes him to one of the last few water supply points from the ruins. The water at the supply point is already murky and stained. Survivor on his shoulders never got to take a sip of water from his homeland before he passes. They were talking just a second ago. Under her life apart. The blink of an eye, her life passes away next to Liv quietly. And for all the treatment she can do, Liv still cannot save this life from the call of death. Ever since she became a medic, Liv has been in the company of death. She should be used to the fact that she cannot save everyone by now. Regrettably, she still remember every name on the casualty list and the desperation she felt as they passed. Because of death, Liv cannot become accustomed to it. She cannot wait to adjust her emotions before she continues searching the ruins like a machine. We shall not miss the next one.
I must move forward.
Liv knows that as long as the punching fires is ravaging Earth, no one can afford to stop to grieve. Is the eternal solitude of death the only cure for this depressing reality? Sharp machine parts are sending down Liv's artificial skin, revealing the mechanical skeleton underneath. The act of moving the wounded has her hands sparking. Her crumbled wall has been moved.
It's alright. Don't be afraid. I'm taking you home.
In the girl's face, Liv remembers a past memory. In the memory, Liv was lowering her voice to comfort the girl beside her. Liv was the last one facing the mass that corrupted, destroyed the city.
Stay quiet. I'll count to 3 and you run toward the hill, okay?
That distant past, the army was also retreating like they are now, giving up on the districts one after another. During that retreat, Liv saved a little girl that was a similar age to Liv enlisted, adorned with silver hair like her. She's the girl who got turned into a construct and got injured on the battlefield in despair, because to feel a sense of familiarity. She rises in her mind. Did I really save her? Last time she saw the girl, she was alive, directing her expressions of fear. This time she was an ever-chilling construct like her, who checked her countless battlefields. Having saved her from a hopeless battlefield, Liv has delivered her to countless wars to confront death. Does she think she's about to die? She want to go home like she once did? Death is inevitable. Should they not suffer as little as possible? Can I really save everyone? Does anything that I do mean anything? Is there really salvation in this ocean of pain?
It's not just her. Hans, Simon, Lucia, Lee, Santos.
Everyone's fulfilled their duties as soldiers to their dying breath, but now so much is lost. A breeze blew past the battlefield, sending a bag of hydrangea seeds from the little girl's arms to live. A flower will blossom, What fruit will they bear when the seeds are planted? No one will know. Farmers are gone. Farms are lost. The bag is damaged by the fire of war. Seeds soaked in blood and fuel. She looks at the hills of remains before her. She knows this scene exists not only here. Cities and defense lines all look the same in the transmissions. Humanity is once again connected. Agdalek, the Forsaken, ARU, and the countless scavengers. Not by hope, by the desperation that the punishing virus has brought.
Can we really fix this now?
It's a higher mountain after this one. Never a battlefield after this war is over. As long as the punishing virus exists on Earth, nothing will be fixed. It's a Sisyphean struggle. Momentary calmness is easily shattered the next moment. How will humanity break this endless cycle? The brother of mankind. Parliament was established to build a better future for humanity. The solemn Parliament Hall is once again holding a meeting. Emergency gatherings like this always spell a pivotal moment in humanity's revival. Decisions made in such meetings will also alter the fate of humankind. How are the Grey Ravens?
Lucy and Lee's frames are faring slightly better. Santos is still on the verge of death, a long way from leaving the critical stage. The changes on the surface have made our contact with the ground forces more and more difficult. What I just reported happened hours ago. Our plan has clearly failed.
63% of the population is hostile toward the identified twins. Given that they can't see a way to solve the problems on the surface, their attitude is pessimistic. 36% of the population is condemning the Army's powerlessness, and that number is rising. We should be glad that the Army has retrieved a sample from the heterohive lever, greatly advancing the Science Council's research. Had it not been for the Army on the surface, more conservation areas and bases would have been lost. Even if that is true, we're still losing the people's trust. How's transport between the surface and here? Barely keeping up. We're receiving reports that winged hetero creatures are spotted in more and more places outside the Forest Park ruins. Their flight altitude is climbing. Some even gather in packs, greatly disrupting surface-to-air transport. I see. So now we're actually establishing here that now that we don't deal with the main ascendants anymore, being Luna's crew, now it's the hetero creatures. Again, gonna be like Cradle and them.
Mr. President, 98% of the population thinks that the old experience is no longer suitable for our current situation. We are required to think outside the box. 95% of the population agrees and stresses that humanity's future must be preserved, no matter the cost.
Seeing the number that represents the masses' voices, everyone in the Parliament looks gravely serious. Our Parliament was established to build a better future for humanity. Humans will fail, but throughout history, humankind has risen time and time again. This won't be the last challenge we face, but that doesn't mean the situation won't get better. The punishing virus has locked us inside a cage of desperation, but the key of hope that can unlock it might have been in our hands all along. Damn, it's just gonna end like that? Fuck. What's even gonna be the hidden chapter then? Like seriously, what would it even be? You know what, I actually just want to end it because I'm curious, and I'm 65% close to the end, so I hope it's not too long. Oh, so I don't have to complete... Oh right, yeah, because there were times where it's like I didn't have to complete the hidden to do the new ones. But, you know, I actually want to just to set the tone for next time, so... Still, goddamn, man. Preparation behind the scenes. Recording. The heterocore shard has been recovered 5 kilometers away from the Aslan docking platform. Compared with the previously recovered shards, this shard shows stronger reactivity, has the ability to integrate other shards. After killing Babylonia's 4th team to clear heterocore, I recovered a considerable number of shards. Most surprising was that they show a unique characteristic after integration. The properties of the crystal liquid extract there is the same as I found near the heterocore. Cells devour another evolve. The heterocore is constantly deforming and disintegrating in this slow. I'm sensing something different from ordinary corrupted. I can't put my finger on it, but I understand that this kind of agitation is similar to what I saw when I was on the verge of disintegration. I see the future of Asna in this crimson mire. After my analysis, I decided to contribute my efforts into further research. A week before the battle, a wanderer walks among the ruins. Behind him is a city that's long since fallen into the hands of another ruler. Other creatures are seen here and there in the ruins. Desolate and disorderly, this is what the planet looks like today. Row after row of lofty buildings deteriorated into dead trees made of steel and cement. Awful thud, the head of creatures that have followed the footsteps and arrived torn apart. So the defective product of Gabriel has made it this far. The wanderer leisurely puts away his chain blade as the shadows cast. In the distant shadows, a few figures are huddled around a campfire, cooking food with simple cooking utensils. Looks like our actor has arrived on set. Let's get ready. It's time for the last performance. Again, welcome aboard, Roland. Save the pleasantries. It changes his body, Roland clenches his fists and grins with a slightly mocking smile. Aided by some mysterious power, and the power bestowed to him by that pure white agent. He still senses Luna's existence. Even though there's no more than a delicate strand of silk, she is somewhere within this world. The mysterious merciful one has erased his weakened connection with Luna after reconfiguring his body. But the unpredictable agent in front of him seems to mind. Is that enough? You must have known that I rarely give others the privilege to become an ascendant. After all, even though our goal is the same, my selection process is slightly different from Luna's. However, that doesn't mean that I'll be stingy in sharing my power with you. Since it's such a generous offer, I thought you would make the best use of it rather than take a sip before setting it down. You're very generous, but this is good enough for me. I'm not going rusty yet, and I still need it most of the time. Yes, this is enough. Doesn't want the risk of wielding such strong power to come back to bite him one day. As long as he maintains a weak connection, he'll have the possibility to achieve his ultimate goal. Just needs to lie dormant and wait for the right time. He's already quite adept in doing so. I understand. The loyal knight is still unwilling to completely cut off his connection to the king. Does it bother you to have such a troublemaker as your subordinate? No, of course not. This is exactly what I admire about you, Roland. You're persistent, but not foolish. So much for the flattery. Let's cut to the chase. What is it that you want me to do? Seems you guys had quite the show at Babylonia while I was trying to repair my frame. Too bad I wasn't there. I didn't deliberately hide the location of the test subject, but I didn't expect Babylonia to find it so quickly. Oh, really? But I had no desire to draw their attention so soon, because Babylonia is smarter than I expected. That being said, I found a seed that shows potential. Thinking of something pleasant, one could suddenly show a clear smile. Compared with this discovery, the test subject was an acceptable loss. First time I've ever heard someone phrase the enemy outplayed us so casually. Some of Babylonia's teams are more troublesome than others. Alas, opposition is not eternal. Conversely, neither is allegiance. Both you and I are focused on net gain, are you not? So long as everything is within my grasp, I can turn anything into an opportunity. After all, I can provide what they need most. Sooner or later, they will definitely consider my proposal. So that test subject was destroyed and you're going to make an even more powerful test subject number 2, right? I seem to have seen the same tactic used by a former companion. It's a pity that he failed in the end. Indeed, the truly vital mother isn't stored here. Cinderella has gone to investigate its condition. Gabriel is well deserving of praise for his efforts on pioneering the gestation of hetero creatures. We need only to take over his unfinished research and continue to explore more possibilities. The emergence of the red tide and hetero creatures is undoubtedly an important step in the evolution of Asnet. Unfortunately, the polyphans should demonstrate the limit of evolution based on heterocores. These creatures only have the instinct to survive. They show no signs of intelligence or reason. What's the difference between such a thing and those defective products that lose cognition due to corruption? No matter how destructive they are, they're only fit to be called puppets. How can we walk with such creatures in a new world? A large part of Gabriel's failure was due to his blind pursuit of power, his eagerness for success, and his neglect of the punishing virus's will. As for Mother, it appears served as guidance to Gabriel's massively misguided path. So yeah, it's like, in the end, Gabriel wasn't really for the Asnet like they said before. He was just only doing it for his own pursuit of power. I can feel that Mother is in condensation of the punishing virus's will. She possesses fascinating possibilities. I have high hopes for its future. So even you don't know what Mother will hatch. I thought people like you would always want to have everything under control. It seems that we still need mutual understanding. All we can do is witness the gestation of Mother and welcome the real cumulation of the punching virus's will. We just need to give her a little push. A push. Before that, I think you should see something. You haven't seen Mother in her entirety, have you? 10%. Oh, okay, so this is gonna be like 10. God damn it. Oh shit, I didn't even realize. I was almost running out. Alright, that should be enough. I hope. Recording. Heterocores are placed below the base. Suna doesn't respond to this. For the great agent of Asnet, this power isn't worth mentioning. Roland shows no concern for this at first, unable to understand the Asnet's favor toward him. That's just the privilege of humans who share the same origin as Miss Luna. They are different from me. They don't need to be pieced together. Therefore, I cannot understand the real greatness of Asnet. I propose to remove some shards from the recycled materials in the space station where Roland ejected. As he said, watching the flowers struggle is far more valuable than recovering the heterocore shards. This meaning is hard to decipher. The effective construct looks nothing like a flower, so we have been unable to understand his behavior. He obviously has the power to destroy his prey, yet he spends time to set traps. Sometimes he even digresses into boastful monologues, wasting time on pointless communication. I am skeptical of his inefficient practices, but as long as he's completing the Asset's missions, I have no need to speak up. The bigger problem I face now is that humanity's nightmares want to be brought to life, but the next generation who should lead us forward doesn't care. To reach this conclusion, I detected the mood fluctuations similar to disappointment in my memory circuit. No one seems to pay any mind to this earth-shattering power, but I'm sure that this power is the gospel brought to me by the Asset. As such, I'm even more deserving than this power. No one was watching nearby a few times when Gabriel developed heterocores. Never forget how the creatures came out of it from the slimy eggs. Squirmy and twisty, it looked absolutely disgusting. The formed hetero creatures looks up and stares at the dark angel in front. Defensive capability, suboptimal. Combat capability, suboptimal. Pursuit capability, suboptimal. Unqualified. She has his red hand and grabs the deformed hetero creature and tears it to pieces. Keep going. Experiment number 327. What are you doing? I need the most powerful servant as possible at my disposal, so I'm testing trial after trial. As long as they understand that we are superior as ascendants, we can easily bend them to our will. I've been wondering if these things are feelings or thoughts. They look pretty dumb. They have no use for those. An experienced beast only fixates on his prey, lock and then attack. They're merely tools at my disposal to achieve the long-cherished dream of Asnet. Where his emotional cognition they become obstacles for him to control. It's strange. I remember you weren't like this before. You still have time to laugh at me. You better continue to complete your task. Relax, I'm almost ready. They didn't notice. I'm curious as to what form these little pets of yours will eventually take. I've explored all possible variables that will affect the power of these creatures. All I need to do now is wait for them to evolve and reach their full potential. All possible potentials. Well then, I'll await the good news. Who has been searching for deep pool for the strongest powers he understands. His now representative role is likely to be the answer. An describing massive incubator for integrating mechanism and biological structures suspended deep underground.
Babylonia would have never expected this kind of thing to be hidden under the central purification filter that was once the lifeline of the human race. Quite the bold decision.
I wasn't the one who decided on the position of mother. The seed merely landed here and successfully germinated. This is even better than the test subject. The CPF was used by humans to reduce the concentration of the punishing virus, but due to the existence of mother, it is turned into a hotbed for it to absorb nutrients. In the absence of the red tide, this place more suitable for mother than the greenhouse. Unfortunately, Gabriel faltered on his way to uncovering the truth. Perhaps he was 99% of the way to achieving his goal. It was the 1% he ignored as he was achieving it. I find this in the Gabriel memory data collected. I found this by some relic. Gabriel thinks that emotion is useless, but he deliberately ignored what the turning point was for him to becoming ascendant.
Right, those intense emotions, the hatred and stuff, right? Because that's why I learned in chapter 30 that what got Luna to become an ascendant was the hatred, and that's what they were trying to do again to her later. Makes sense. Because it was probably also the same that made Lucia become Alpha.
Hatred, pain, obsession. These feelings are very familiar to every ascendant, but they are completely unfamiliar to hetero creatures. The hetero creatures incubated by Gabriel have given us new possibilities and may have even inspired the punishing virus to develop toward intelligent life forms. However, the newly created hetero creatures cannot feel emotions innate in humans, which means that they lack the primary condition to pass the filtering process. What we need is not a beast with shackles, but a companion who can walk side by side with us in a new world.
Did you call me here just to show off your new pet?
No, of course not. After this, I'll give you something else as agreed. This is the deal between us. Our next step. It's an experiment driven by human instinct, shifting its emotions and producing results from suffering. I think you'll be interested in the showroom.
Vonnegut. Unbelievable. I can never tell what's on his mind. To let something come into being that he's not so sure if he can control. Is that what he really wants? Did he learn any lessons from Gabriel?
It's a gamble with no clear outcome ahead. I'll only show the result when the box is open. His confidence to concede lies in the ability of the one to control it. At least for the moment, Vonnegut looks confident and conceited. This experiment seems to confirm what Vonnegut thinks.
So far, 14 groups of scavengers have joined this experiment.
Each batch of humans introduced into CPF to come into contact with Mother has caused substantial stimulation to her body. Caused the creatures, for lack of a better word, were offended to mutate. Well, I can't find the words to describe the scene before. Hetero creatures of plants show consistent variations at regular intervals, as if something's artificially controlling their boundaries. Simultaneously, Mother has become increasingly active, as if the unknown creatures within the incubator begin to achieve memory within the sea of chaos. They even seem to unconsciously respond to external stimuli. Just like the subconscious movements of the baby, this is something even more terrifying to hinder the hetero creatures in Gabriel's deep pool. As for the experiment, I gave them the options and they all chose to go for the CPF. In the face of both opportunity and danger, they seized opportunity without any hesitation. Mother is hatching. As it matures, the abnormalities in the tower will soon spill over to the outside. I can wait for the birth of a new life in Mother, but sooner or later those of Babylonia will be able to sniff out where Mother is. So when the time is right, you, as an outsider, will step in and make sure Mother can hatch successfully.
Mother is ready. It's showtime. Beloved audience, the long-awaited performance is about to begin. Can I get a round of applause?
From his chain-blade and theatrical gesture, Quetta passed by senselessly, while he hears the sound of a crow perched within a wavering tree taking play, to being startled by the moon at his chamber.
Fine. Guess I'll have to give myself a mechanical rose instead.
Roland shrugs and picks up the shotgun parts beside him and begin assembling it.
This boring show has already gone on for 14 times. Keep thinking it might have a different ending, but they always end up just killing each other themselves. The stronger ones manage to make it out of the forest, but they'd be better off just staying in the CPF and waiting to die. Guess it's only normal. After all, how can you trust people other than yourself when you can't even protect yourself? After witnessing this series of tragedies, does Mother really have emotions? What will be the result of its evolution? What will it think of us then? What would Luna think? Will the brief stops suddenly to shock us if seriously contemplating the question? Time to get to work. The area that's just been cleared is covered with bugs now. I can't let the actors stay here. In the past, it was just a matter of snapping my fingers to get rid of the scrap metals. Now I get to get my hands dirty. It's really sad to be dependent on others. Even the selection has to be done in the most complicated and stupid way. It's like a disaster for people who value efficiency. It shouldn't take too long though, should it? It's a good opportunity to try out my new power and weapon. Good. You come in here.
真の叫びをもっと聞かせてよ。どこへ逃げるつもり？
What I say?
真の叫びをもっと聞かせてよ。今だ！クライマックス！
Good. Not even humans can safely pass. I wonder what's in around this thing.
これで終幕。この茶番劇楽しめた？
Cleanup complete. Last corrupt is moving on his chain blade. It's Com's ring. Target lured to the designated location. Looks like those little pets Cinderella brought have led the scavengers right to me. Very good. I always take every performance seriously. Let the show begin. Corning. The ability of hetero creatures to imitate fighting skills is incredible. The regeneration speed has also reached the expected standard. Partially red tide spreading on the surface and capturing food as planned. Everything developing steadily. The PV zone will is growing in this deep pool. After witnessing the generation and extinction of innumerable hetero creatures, this thought spontaneously crossed my neural circuit. Seems like I advanced to the next step in my plan. For that, I need to create powerful tools. Powerful force needs a terminal that can control it. Well-ensured interest in hetero creatures. After testing his loyalty, I have acquiesced to him participating in the experiment under my supervision. However, he doesn't seem to have understood anything regarding the experiments, saying he seems far more concerned with the nature of Asnet. Fool, it isn't of our concern. Our mission is to pass on the will of Asnet. Sure enough, I can expect him to understand the ambitions of Asnet. I'll just only do this one, then I'll probably end the stream for today. Experiment failed. Experiment failed. The concept of the polyphase shows new possibilities, but its power is so trivial compared to that of an agent's. It just needs a core to fully unleash its power. Absolute power is before my eyes, yet I can't control it. All moving parts of my body are rubbing and ringing due to inexplicable anxiety. It needs a core. Impossible, I would even dedicate myself to it if need be, but I must witness Astus move toward the future with my own eyes. Ah, I see. That's why. Because I was like, he decided Luna, but it's like, if he wanted the best for it, he like praised it like crazy. Why doesn't he do it? I was just being a selfish asshole.
Landing's no good. Roland still has value. This guy in Alpha hasn't questioned our plan. Alpha. His ability to sway the will of a agent is valuable in and of itself. No suitable choice. As long as I show Lewin the power to head of creatures I created, she'll definitely agree with my plan and approach. Oh, right. So this is how he went to her and asked if Alpha would be sacrificed. If not, I already have a backup plan. Humana has faced the refugee cowboys in terror in the corner, watching dark shadows gradually approaching him. The armed scavengers stay in a circle and point their weapons at him. Who would have thought? What makes you think you can steal from the likes of us? Watch out, look at his bandages, are showing symptoms of corruption. Come on, see what else we can find from this guy. We're at least 4 or 5 days to walk away from the nearest conservation area. It'd be very difficult to travel during the night. Wait, I have stuff I can give you. Don't kill me. He's giving the hand to the scavenger who was about to tear his cloak. The raggedy just refugee trembles. Oh, so this is Roland. He and his bag drop one after another. A few tins and hardtacks fall next to the scavenger's feet. There's a small unused bandage roll, alcohol, several magazines, a picture frame for a blurred photo, and a broken walkie-talkie. Looks like you still got a lot there. Peter kicks the frame away after checking that, puts the food, bandages, and magazines in his backpack before he gives a wink to Zach. Seeing them notice that he was trying to hide something, the refugee trembles and lowers his head. Come on, fellas, still holding out on us? What's this? Come over here and open it yourself. Funny business. He just has the clumsy appearance. Zach gives an impatient grunt. Sorry, I hurt my hand. I'll open it right away. So it was picked off little by little, and the iron box opens with a click, revealing the contents. The white fog formed by the cloud air dissipates. The scavenger said, see 3 complete doses of serum lying on the groove behind the box. Even goes through a syringe. Zachpot. See what we got here. Serum. Zach, you... Shut up. Not just any serum. It's a world government symbol. Special military serum. It's more effective than a civilian one. It's also rare. We don't even have access to it. Such a nice little treasure you got here, and you try to steal our supplies? Shoot up people die for money and birds die for food. It's like a noiseless, mentally incompetent companion squats down next to a trembling refugee and speaks quietly. CPF? There's a forest nearby. There's the CPF. No one's there. There's tons of supplies there. There's a lot more in a giant crate. It's the world government's logo, but it's too heavy. I couldn't carry it. Someone speaks up. What do you guys think? Something's fishy here. A well-supplied place like that would have been raided already. But if there really are a lot of supplies like we said, I think it's worth checking out. Run low as is. Are you sure? Even though supplies do exist, can we really get them? What if it's a trap? We got similar info about the reconstruction supplies dumped by a group, remember? You insisted to go and check it out. What happened when we got there? Nothing but that damn red tide and crazy idiots who jumped into it. We were man down and Zach almost... Oh my, wrong. But Zach's still alive. And because we passed City 75 on the way out, we get the news about the refugee transfer and the establishment of a conservation area in Babylonia. If you hadn't taken your sweet-ass time on the way there, we may have made it in time for the last transport craft. You think that was my fault? If it wasn't for the supplies I found, we wouldn't even be here. Knock it off. Zach pulls out a map. Where exactly is the CPF? Go northwest from here and then down the road and you'll find it soon. I swear, I'm not lying. Central Purification Filter 40. Depends on our travel speed and road conditions. It should take us about 3 or 4 days. I wasn't lying about the location of the tower. You're not seriously to get going, are you? With the supplies we have now, we wouldn't make it to the conservation area. Cords, how many medical supplies do we have now? We used our last vial of serum yesterday. Recently, we've been taking too many detours to evade high concentration areas. We used too much of our supplies this week. Even if there are no supplies in the CPF, we can cross the park in this direction and continue north to find a conservation area. But the moment we left the base, there was no turning back. You lead the way. What's wrong? Think we got all day? Move it.
There. Over there. But there are monsters. And corrupted. It's dangerous. That park. There's a lot corrupted in it.
If that's the case, how'd you get out? What a wimp. We taking all the supplies. I don't think he can survive on his own. Should we rub him out here?
Don't kill me. I know how to get there. I've been there several times. I'm the only one who knows a safe route.
Any funny games and you know what'll happen next. Clean up and prepare to move out, Beardy. Also, take out all the supplies. Don't think I didn't see that. That's all. I'm in charge of all the food. Don't say I'm being selfish. Alright, set the road and... What's your name?
Huh?
I said, what's your name? Who cares about the name of a dirty thief? Rolmo. My name's Rolmo. Alright, Rolmo. You take the lead. Trying to escape? We'll see which is faster. Your legs or my bullet.
Ah, so this is why we saw like that area like where people were like they were scavengers and they were probably there.
Let's take the lead. The refugee hunches forward. With his back to the scavengers, a timid look on his face disappears without a trace. His dichromatic eyes, obscuring the shadow, narrow slightly as if Rolmo was lost in contemplation. Normally, scavengers act in a group. Supplies are distributed evenly, and they can decide what to do with their own rations. But these people ask different men to keep different supplies. One person all the medical, one all the food, and one all the weapons. This way the group forms a visible chain from which no one can break away. Otherwise, they cannot live on just one form of supplies. In apocalyptic wasteland with no stable access to materials, losing food means difficulty in moving forward. Losing medical supplies means endless pain and infections. And weaponry means lack of defense when surrounded by corrupted. Whichever it is, death will be the final destination. Everyone has the lifeblood of the team, which makes it impossible for them to turn against each other and leave the team by themselves. This isn't stupid or clever, but one thing for certain is that they couldn't trust each other from the start, so they came up with this way to restrain each other. Such a classic configuration. One can only imagine how the team will end up. Looks like it's going to end as it always does. Alright. I think this will be a good place to end it, because it seems like there's 7 more. It's like, I think I've already done enough, but damn. Shit. Everyone think just went to shit in this chapter. Like, Hans is gone now. We just got beat up by those twins. I don't even know what's gonna happen next chapter, because like, will we even be conscious for whatever happens next? I don't even know. Even seeing Liv like despair even after like all her previous experiences before, it's like I don't even know what the fuck's gonna go on. But we'll have to save that for another time. So yeah, continue with this part next time, and then move over to what's supposedly gonna be Peak with surviving Lusa, which I'm pretty excited for. But I hope you guys did enjoy the stream for today. Let me give a shout out to everyone who showed up. So shout out to both Guardians of Light and Ringyuya for showing up. I will do a Final Fantasy stream tomorrow again, like normal. I don't know if it'll be same length as last Sunday, or if it'll be like around just 2 to 3 hours like I did yesterday. I don't know, it depends, because I want to also get a good amount of my homework done, so it's like make it easier for myself. So we'll see how it goes. But anyway, if you guys aren't already following the channel but you do enjoy the streams, please make sure that you follow. Much appreciated. Check out my YouTube channel, post all the VODs, and subscribe there too. Join Discord if you get not already. All links are on the channel. This has been Santos Vice. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. See you guys next time. We're out.